Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Mappas for a great 1v1 battle today. Vortex is coming in red hot with a 31-5 record over the last day. He's clearly looking to translate that momentum into a win against a rival who historically owns this head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if the current form can override those old patterns. Vortex is just dominating with a 2-1 lead. A battle between the top two players on the ladder right now. What a fight! Both players were shredded, but he manages to claw out a victory in a total scrap. Vortex is showing some real grit against a tough opponent. Catalyst is hanging in there, trailing by just one. The 3 seed is starting to make his presence felt. We are all squared up now. Catalyst has caught up. The favorite has a massive lead in their lifetime history together. He puts on a show from the ramp, securing another win to take the lead. The favorite is certainly playing like the boss here. A swift response from the top seed, who takes full control of the map. Both players are really fighting for every single inch of ground. Catalyst holds a slim edge as we end round 10. He's showing why he's historically the one with the edge. Vortex has tied it up, we're completely deadlocked. Both these guys are practically mirror images in terms of map skill. Vortex is starting to pull away here, really putting the pressure on for this final stretch. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, Vortex is definitely shaking off that historical disadvantage and proving he can trade blows with the favorite. It's a dead heat heading into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Catalyst is really capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp right now. The 3-ranked guy is really putting on a clinic here. Catalyst is really asserting himself with a clear 64% all-time win rate. That historical consistency is starting to show up in the scoreline as he takes control. He's playing like he knows exactly how to close this out. Absolute perfection. He's just completely shut the door on any hopes of a comeback. The momentum has completely shifted in this side of the map. Vortex quickly recovers and puts a stop to that run. He's outplayed many of the best in the league this afternoon. A really steady hold there as he keeps the charge going to trim the lead further. The underdog is starting to look like the aggressor now. Catalyst is putting an end to those hopes of a comeback, shutting down the ramp completely. A nice bit of composure from the 3rd-ranked player. That is a huge stop to put the pressure back on, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Humble beginnings for the favorite in a tough spot. What a read! Vortex secures the point from the ramp to keep himself in the game. A truly grueling series of exchanges for both of them. He refuses to go down easy, taking another round to keep the dream alive. He's managed to find a way back into the thick of it. Vortex is absolutely on fire, keeping this rally alive with another flawless snap. A huge reversal of fortunes from where this series started. Unbelievable! Catalyst seals the deal with a perfectly timed strike from the ramp to take home the victory. Vortex fought so hard to close that gap, but he just couldn't find the final answer. He's definitely moving the needle in this rivalry. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off right now on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom gets a great start, catching Catalyst right as he tried to use that ramp for cover. Looking to bounce back after that tough loss earlier today. Phantom has the historical edge on this map with a 68% win rate. It's a stark contrast to how Catalyst has struggled in the same environment. I wonder if he'll be able to shake this slow start. Catalyst really has the upper hand right now, using that ramp to push the lead to 3. Phantom holds the edge now, leading 3-2. He is really putting his status as the ladder leader on display. Catalyst really controls the tempo here, leveraging that ramp to bring things right back to an even split. We're seeing a real battle between the top 3 seeds here. Phantom just secures the point from the toolbox, keeping this a very tight contest. His top ranked status is showing in these crucial moments. And just like that, Catalyst levels the playing field. A very clean start for him after that victory over Vortex. Catalyst is really starting to stack up the rounds here, putting a lot of pressure on Phantom. He looks sharp today, coming off that efficient win against Vortex. Neither of them wanted to budge from that ramp, but Phantom managed to outduel him for the lead. It's a massive clash between the top 3 seeds today. Catalyst just barely edges ahead, moving the score to 6-5. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. He's carrying a lot of momentum right now with that 7-game winning streak. Fresh start for both players now. Catalyst is clearly leaning into that win streak, having won 4 of their last 5 meetings. Well, it looks like he's completely flipped the script on their historical rivalry. The big question now is whether Phantom can stop the momentum before this spirals. He's back in control, putting an end to that run with a clean shot from the ramp. It feels like a repeat of their clash on dunes from earlier today. Another smooth encounter for him, keeping the pressure high on the opponent. It's a tough mountain to climb against someone in this kind of form. Catalyst is just an absolute wall right now. He's barely giving Phantom any room to breathe. He secures another win from the ramp, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. He's definitely proving why he's viewed as the more reliable seed today. What a play! He finds the angle from the window to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to let this match slide away easily. Unbelievable! He survives on a sliver of health to drag this back to 8-12. He's just barely holding on, but that's 2 in a row now. What a finish! Catalyst closes out the series with an effortless final shot. That's an incredibly impressive way to shut things down, especially considering how much he usually struggles on this map. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a big fight between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Phantom boasts a career win rate of 63% across his matches. It's a bit surprising he's not utilizing that experience better right now. He's usually the stronger force in this rivalry, so he really needs to step up his game if he wants to keep pace with Vortex. Vortex is really starting to dominate this series. The number 1 seed in our rating is starting to wake up. Phantom is on a roll now, completely turning the tide of this set. Vortex holds a narrow lead as we head into round 6. Vortex has been absolutely tearing through the field today. Phantom is capitalizing on that height advantage, showing some real poise in these exchanges. Vortex shows no fear, just picking Phantom right off that box to take a 2-round lead. We've hit a dead heat with the score leveled at 4-all. The world's best player is showing why he's at the top. Vortex pulls ahead by 1 in a tight battle. He is really putting on a show today with that 31-6 run. Vortex has been nearly unstoppable today with a 31-6 record. It's making for a complete reversal of their usual dynamic. We're seeing the second best player on the ladder outclassing the league leader in real time. Phantom is trailing by just 1 right now. He definitely has a history of coming out on top in this pairing. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we switch sides. You know, this is exactly what we expected to see given how strong Vortex has been today. He's holding his own against the top seed for now. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we start round 13. The historical edge is starting to show through here. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat with an 8-6 cushion. He's showing a lot of confidence after that tough outing against Catalyst. He is simply refusing to let go of this momentum, taking a full 3 rounds in a row. He's really finding his legs after that rough loss to Catalyst. The pressure is simply too much for Vortex, who just watches his streak vanish as the gap widens to 4. Another effortless round for him, and that's a 5th straight for the lead. Absolutely stifling, he just needs 1 more round to secure the series. He's simply playing exactly to the expectations set before this game. Vortex manages to stop the momentum with a lightning fast flick, keeping his hopes alive for now. A 2nd straight for the underdog, extending this sudden surge in a high stakes moment. What a scrap! Vortex barely hangs on after a wild exchange to secure his 3rd straight. The gap in the ratings is starting to look irrelevant right now. What a finish! Phantom closes out the series and secures the victory. He managed to hold on despite that late push from his opponent. He really played that map to perfection. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Catalyst are ready for action, and we've got a great matchup on our hands. Vortex came out swinging in that opening trade on the ramp. His opponent has historically dominated this rivalry. Catalyst is currently riding a massive 8-win streak into this series. It's clear he's bringing that confidence here. He's almost always been the stronger player in this particular head-to-head matchup, so we have to see if the momentum continues. Catalyst just secures the ramp and is looking extremely sharp early in this match. That's a strong start for the second seed in the current rankings. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we hit round 6. That's a total mirroring of how their last encounter ended. He's completely taking over now, securing his 3rd consecutive win. He really is justifying that higher ranking today. Simply unbelievable. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another one with total ease. Unbelievable. He survives with a sliver of health and secures his 5th straight win. He's outplaying the heavy favorite right now. Finally, a response from Vortex, who wins this quick exchange to chip away at the deficit. He's been playing a lot of matches throughout the day. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of a very long day, putting up a strong 31-7 record across all his matches. It's impressive that he's still keeping his focus despite the fatigue. He really needs to find a way to close the gap now, or this will be a very short series. Catalyst heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely owning the match right now. Everything about this first half matches the 61% win rate he holds over Vortex in their hit. Time to swap sides. What a fight! He nearly got taken out, but manages to claw back and survive that brutal trade. He's showing that top 4% pedigree in these critical moments. Catalyst stays in total control with a 9-5 lead. That's a strong shift for the number 2 seed on the ladder. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 10-5 advantage. He looks completely locked in after his recent victory over Phantom. Vortex is refusing to go quietly, managing to stay within striking distance here. Catalyst is just firmly in the driver's seat here, moving the scoreline to an 11-6 lead. The pace has slowed down a bit over the last few exchanges, making these fights feel much more tense. Vortex is fighting hard to avoid another loss to the number 2 seed. Vortex is fighting back, managed to knock Catalyst right off that boost to keep his hopes alive. The pressure is really starting to build on the favorite. That was a patient exchange, but he comes out on top to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Everything about this performance screams that higher seed dominance. Unreal, Vortex barely survives that chaotic exchange to extend the game. That was a total nail-biter given how little health was left. What a stand! He's refusing to buckle and keeps this rally alive. The underdog's pressure is really starting to pay off. And there it is. Catalyst closes out the series with a clean finish to claim the victory. Vortex really gave him a run for his money in the end, putting up a hell of a fight. He just couldn't stop that momentum from shifting. What a series! Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. A sharp start for Phantom, who really used that wine position to his advantage. A great start for the top seed in this clash. Phantom is definitely the historical favorite here with a win rate of 65% on this map. But we have to remember that Catalyst has a huge amount of momentum coming into this series. It'll be interesting to see if that early confidence can offset the overall map advantage. We are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Coming in as the overall number 1 on the ladder, he's starting to assert himself. What a scramble! Both players were practically dead in the water, but Catalyst just managed to claw out the victory. Catalyst is really pulling ahead with a commanding 4-2 lead. A tough trade for Phantom as he just can't find a way to break this current run. He's really mirroring that recent success against the world number 1. That was a total shutdown, showing a lot of grit from the top seed. He's finally putting some pressure back on the challenger. Catalyst is absolutely on fire right now, continuing a 9-win streak through his recent matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum straight into this series. We're seeing him completely ignore the gap in overall experience to take control here. Phantom reads that wine angle perfectly to pull himself back into this. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the momentum is exactly where we expected it to be. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly so far. Let's see if Phantom can pivot. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting the door on that exchange to keep this fight alive. He really needed that break to stabilize his side of the server. Catalyst still holds a slim 2-round buffer here. And it looks like he's simply matching the top-rated player for blow. Catalyst is playing a very fast game right now, and Phantom just couldn't find the answer for that angle. Absolute lightning reflexes from Phantom, putting an end to that attempt instantly. He is just refusing to go away, putting an end to that momentum swing with a total shutdown. Catalyst holds the edge by 2 as we move forward. He is really playing like the man to beat today. He's showing incredible resolve, quickly closing the gap to just 1 round. He's proving why he entered this series as the favorite. Pure chaos in that exchange, but Catalyst manages to scrape through the carnage with a tiny sliver of health. Incredible fight to stay alive there. He's truly digging in, securing another clean win to keep the pressure mounting. The gap is narrowing as we move toward the finish. Catalyst just wipes him off the wine, putting himself on the threshold of victory. The underdog is simply outplaying him in the clutch moments. Unreal, he survives on a sliver of health to keep this hope alive. A complete game of inches as we head into the finale. Incredible, he's forced the draw and we are heading straight into overtime. The tension is peaking as we start this sudden death block. Total control for the veteran, who just completely crushed that round to move 1 step closer to victory. and he responds immediately. We're back to a dead heat in this overtime struggle. It's practically a mirror image of their previous encounter on Fast Aim. Catalyst is really building a wall here, putting the pressure right back on the world number one. Absolute coldness in his eyes as he claws back a huge lead. He hangs in there by a thread, a brutal exchange that leaves him almost empty, but he secures the tie. Both of them are just refusing to blink in this series. He's completely in control now, walking away with the lead and putting the pressure squarely on his opponent. That's a huge swing in momentum for the top seed. A blazing fast reaction there to bring the score level at 15 apiece. Phantom takes the lead, pushing his advantage to 16-15. Phantom extends the gap to a 2-round cushion. A strong showing for the higher seed as he finds another gear. Phantom is really running away with it, leading 18-15. Phantom is dominating now with a 4-round cushion. He's finally managed to get his revenge after that tough loss on Fast Aim. This overtime battle was just an absolute grind. He had to dig deep for that one. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got an exciting matchup today between Vortex and Phantom to see who comes out on top. Phantom has won 61% of their lifelong encounters. That historical dominance is exactly why the best player on the ladder usually manages to outclass this matchup. I wonder if Vortex can find some answers here. What a scramble! He barely survives a chaotic exchange to take the lead. Coming off an impressive 31-8 stretch in the last day. What a scrap! Phantom barely edges it out in an absolute slugfest to even the score. The top seed is starting to assert himself. Vortex holds a narrow lead at 3-2. Things are looking a bit different than their last duel on Dunes. Vortex is really pulling away with a 4-2 cushion. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is falling behind. Absolute chaos here. He clutched out a grueling exchange to keep the streak alive. The number 1 seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Phantom shows some real grit here, stepping up to trim the gap to 2. We're seeing some strong fights from the challenger side here. He's putting up a real fight, digging in to keep the pressure on Vortex. It's starting to look like the pre-match predictions were spot on. Good heavens, he manages to scrape through that brawl with practically nothing left in the tank. Vortex is definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder after those losses. A fierce duel ends with the underdog coming out on top, continuing this strong push before we hit the break. A huge momentum shift just before the mid-game break. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely playing his part as the projected winner here. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can recover his footing on the swap. Time to see the response. He just completely outplayed his opponent, showing some real strength as the deficit continues to shrink. The pressure is really mounting on the top seed right now. What a way to level things up. He's refusing to go away, evening the series at 7-7. Things have completely shifted in his favor now. Vortex recaptures the lead, pushing ahead 8-7. He looks steady despite those 3 recent losses today. Phantom strikes first with a lightning-fast shot, bringing the series dead even. Just total clinical precision on that engage. He's refusing to let up, completely shutting down that momentum surge to take a 1-round lead. Vortex is really struggling to keep the pace today. We are completely deadlocked at 9-0. A massive effort to keep pace with the overall number 1 seed. He's completely effortless right now, simply refusing to let the opposition back into this game. Vortex secures a great look from the ramp to keep this deadlock alive. Absolute deadlock between these two as we approach the finish line. He's staying remarkably strong under pressure, strolling into an 11-10 advantage. A lightning-fast victory to get back in control. What an answer! He keeps the momentum swinging and now sits on match point. He's effectively shut down any hope of a comeback. Unreal. Phantom closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the victory. Vortex really gave it everything today, barely surviving those 3 low health scraps to keep the game tight. He'll be gutted, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we're on red line today as Vortex and Catalyst face off to see who takes the win. Catalyst looks sharp early on, utilizing that ramp height to secure the opening round. He's looking to maintain that dominant head-to-head record. Vortex is playing a very quick game, matching him for speed and leveling the score immediately. The underdog is making a strong push early here. Vortex is really turning the tables here quickly, shaking off that initial loss to take control. Hard to ignore Catalyst's historical success when these two clash. Absolutely untouched, he's just outclassing everyone right now. The higher ranked player is really feeling the pressure now. A quick trade of shots, but Catalyst comes out on top to close the gap. He is certainly playing like a top 2 seed. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, having secured 2 clean wins in a row. It's getting harder for the rank 4 seed to close this out. Vortex is playing aggressively, taking the lead right now by holding that ramp advantage. Both of these guys have been extremely active on the server today. Vortex is really starting to seize the momentum here, using that height on the ramp to push the lead. Vortex shuts him down on the ramp, extending his lead to 6-3. Something's different from their previous head-to-head encounters. He just can't stop this surge, picking his opponent off the ramp to keep the streak alive. Catalyst answers back by picking him off the ramp, cutting into the lead before we head into the break. A great way to reset the energy for the first half. Vortex takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a complete flip of the script. Catalyst usually owns this matchup, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Time to see if Catalyst recovers. Catalyst has a strong 75% win rate on this specific map. It's really encouraging to see him starting to lean back into that statistical advantage. If he can keep the pressure high, he'll quickly erase this deficit. Another one for the comeback. He is steadily clawing back into this series. He's proven why those odds were so close coming into this. That was a real scrap on the ramp, and Vortex managed to come out just a hair faster. He has been incredibly active today with those 31 wins. Vortex is putting on a clinic right now, simply too fast for Catalyst to react. He's definitely fighting against that career deficit here. He's on fire, shutting down the comeback attempt in a fraction of a second. He's absolutely cruising now, staring down the finish line after another effortless round. What a finish! Vortex slams the door shut to secure the series victory. It's been a long time since we've seen a blowout like that between these two, especially with how hard Catalyst usually dominates. Welcome to the stream. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom is leaning on that impressive 68% win rate on this map to start things off. It's a strong foundation considering he's also coming off a recent victory against Catalyst. Now let's see if he can keep that pressure high. Phantom's really dominating early, holding a commanding 2-1 lead. Catalyst managed to hold his own for a moment, but Phantom is quickly reclaiming control of the server. Phantom is just relentless, pulling way ahead at 4-1. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. He's simply too sharp right now, walking away from this exchange without losing a single point of health. The top seed is certainly living up to the #1 rank. Catalyst answers back with a clean win to bring it to 5-2. The second best player in the league is showing some resilience. Phantom is using that elevation well, securing another quick pick from the ramp. He's really putting on a clinic today with that 24-11 record. Catalyst is really fighting back now, shutting down that advantage from the ramp. He's looking to avenge that loss from their meeting earlier today. Phantom is really showing why he leads their head-to-head rivalry with 593 wins overall, and it's an edge he's fully capitalizing on given the current score. He's making it look a lot easier than the betting odds expected. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is defying the expectations here. He's playing a tight game, and we might be looking at a genuine surprise if he keeps this pace. Fresh sides, let's see the sparks fly. Phantom stretching his lead to a healthy 8-5. The #1 seed is simply refusing to let him pull ahead. Phantom's pulling further away now, sitting at 9-5. The gap in their overall win rates is surprisingly narrow. Another fast exchange and the momentum stays firmly with him. It's a tough stretch for the second seed right now. Unreal. He barely walks away from that chaos with a handful of health left. His current form is looking frighteningly consistent across the board. A devastating return to form, and he's now just a single round away from a victory. Catalyst shuts that down from the ramp, extending the gap to 12-6. That's a crucial bit of momentum for the underdog right now. He manages to hold the high ground on the ramp to secure another one. He's definitely found a way to shut things down. A total shutdown by Catalyst, putting a stop to the momentum as he secures his third straight win. What a finish! He shuts the door on the match with an absolute perfection of a shot. He's just proving too dominant lately, picking up another victory against his biggest rival in the league. Welcome everyone, we have a great match on Mapas today between Vortex and Phantom, with the favorite looking very strong. Phantom generally holds the upper hand in this specific pairing, with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It is interesting to see Vortex get the early lead despite the rankings gap favoring the top seed. We'll see if this start can shake the favorites' confidence. Vortex is really surging ahead with that 2-1 lead. The top-rated man on the ladder is showing his class. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, forcing the world number 1 to play from behind. Vortex is absolutely dominating the scoreboard at 4-1. He's showing some real grit despite the historical disadvantage. A tough exchange, but the underdog manages to claw another one back. The skill gap is narrowing as this one progresses. Vortex is just too quick, catching Phantom right as he pushed up that ramp. Coming off a productive 32-9 run of form today. A flawless response from the favorite, erasing Vortex in less than a second. Vortex is playing some inspired gaming right now, capitalizing on a hot streak where he's already gone 30-9 today. Well, he's completely defying the odds by pushing the league's top player into a deep hole. It will be a massive test of resolve to see if Phantom can stabilize. Phantom digs in deep to take the lead down the ramp, narrowing this gap to just 1. That's the poise you'd expect from a world-class seed. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. Honestly, the favorite has done exactly what he needed to do to keep this series level. Now we see if he can hold that edge on the switch. New positions, new rhythm. Vortex regains his slim advantage, now leading 7-6. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. A complete wipe for Phantom, bringing the series perfectly level at 7-7. Absolute deadlock as the two top seeds face off once again. He secures another victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge back into the match. This is a very familiar sight for someone with his experience. He wipes him off the ramp, continuing a fierce charge back into the match. Everything is going the way the pre-match predictions suggested. He's just not stopping. That's 4 on the bounce, and he's now comfortably in control. A dominant display from the higher seeded pro. He is on absolute fire, picking up another effortless round to keep this streak alive. We're seeing exactly why he's seated as the top pro in this series. Vortex manages to dig in and secure a round, slowing that momentum down. A crucial stand by the rank 4-man. He survives the tension of that exchange and now stands on the verge of victory. He's really cementing that status as the league's most feared combatant. Vortex just delivers a lightning-fast response to stay in the fight. That was an incredibly fast turnaround. What a brawl! Both players took immense damage, but Vortex survives the chaos to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to let this game slip away. He's He's on a roll now. That's 3 straight for Vortex, forcing this series right back into a nail-biter. Pure nerves for the top seed as this game slips away. Unbelievable. He just secured his 4th straight round to bring the score perfectly level. The momentum has completely shifted in the blink of an eye. Phantom digs deep to shut things down and secure the map victory. A cold-blooded finish to secure the win. Just in time to keep the map from slipping away. Phantom simply refuses to crumble, taking a clinical win to push this set to 14-12. That was a clean look at the target to seal it. He is absolutely on fire, securing another effortless win to put himself 1 step from victory. What an absolute war of attrition! Vortex clings to life by a thread to extend this game. Unreal, he actually clawed back from the brink of death there. What a finish! Phantom secures the final blow and closes out this incredible series. He really pushed the top seed to the limit there. It's just a shame that last surge didn't hold up. What a fight! Welcome everyone! Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Vortex was lightning fast there, putting an end to Catalyst's attempts to hold the wine early. The underdog getting an early spark today. Vortex has been absolutely on fire today with a 32-10 record. It's interesting because he's usually at a disadvantage when facing Catalyst. I'm curious to see if he can keep this pace throughout the match. Unreal. He is just completely shutting out his opponent right now. Catalyst finally finds his mark, ending that run with a fast response. A flawless response here, and he's looking stronger with every single duel. The comeback is gaining steam as he puts together another quick victory to narrow the gap. Both of them were dealing damage, but he eventually forced the win to reclaim a 2-round advantage. Catalyst has won 61% of their head-to-head encounters over the long term. It's a tough spot for him because he's currently on the wrong side of the scoreline. It will be interesting to see if he can pull back from this 3-round deficit. Vortex is simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that lead to 4 games. He's really capitalizing on that momentum from their previous meeting. Absolute perfection from him, securing a 4th straight round and leaving his rival in the dust. Vortex holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, the favorite is struggling to keep up. We might be witnessing a total flip of the script here. Time for a quick reset. Catalyst answers back, bringing things to 8-5. The higher rated player is finally starting to push back. Vortex pulls ahead again, pushing the tally to 9-5. He's really making the most of his confidence after that 13-6 win. Vortex is putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent right now. It's a worrying trend for the 2nd seed tonight. Catalyst secures a smart play from the wine to keep this game within reach. The higher seeded competitor is definitely fighting for his life here. Vortex extends it to 10-7 with a clinical finish. He's just refusing to back down now, making that a 3rd straight for the trailing player. He's on a tear now, securing his 4th straight victory and keeping the pressure high. He's finally showing the form that earned him a higher seed. A straightforward exchange, and he regains the momentum here. We're seeing the number 4 seed really lean on his advantage. He finds a clear opening to put himself just 1 step away from victory. He is starting to look like the favorite we expected. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange, showing incredible grit to stay in this contest. He's simply refusing to go down without a fight. He shuts it down right there and claims the victory. He really turned things around when it mattered most. It's just a huge statement win given how often he's struggled against this guy. What a battle! Welcome to the Dunes. We have Phantom taking on Catalyst in a great matchup to see who comes out on top. What a frantic opening exchange. Catalyst holds the high ground on the box, barely surviving that wild trade. Phantom enters this one with a 64% win rate on the map, which is significantly higher than what Catalyst usually puts up here. It's a surprising start for the top-seeded player given how comfortably he's been winning his other matches today. Let's see if he can flip the script. He holds the high ground on the box to secure this one and start the pushback. The favorite is finally starting to put up a fight. Catalyst just snatched the advantage again, quickly picking him off the box to build a huge lead. The top seed hasn't quite found a way to shut him down yet. Catalyst is dominating a massive 5-1 lead right now. He's clearly looking to avenge that defeat from their last encounter. He just keeps putting on a clinic, securing another victory to extend his run. The number 1 seed is staring down a massive deficit. Phantom finally secures another round, cutting the gap a bit. The world number 1 is starting to wake up. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the momentum rolling. It's a rough stretch for him after that series of losses today. Phantom has been really sharp lately, putting up a 24-10 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast to how things are playing out here, where Catalyst seems to have the better read on these exchanges. The pressure is definitely on the top seed to close this gap. Catalyst is just relentless, sitting pretty at 8-3. It's a bit of a reversal from their last clash. Catalyst takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is lining up exactly as we expected for the heavy favorite. He's clearly the one in charge right now. Time to see if Phantom rallies. Phantom is putting on some serious pressure now, using that elevation to keep the momentum shifting. The top seed is slowly starting to reclaim his ground here. He's just on fire right now, outclassing his opponent completely to secure another point. Catalyst keeps a firm 3-round grip on this lead. He's definitely playing better than his current 4th place seed suggests. Phantom digs deep here, clearing him right off the Tetris to tighten the gap. The top seed is finally finding some footing in this series. He's refusing to back down, just completely out, aimed him for another round. Absolute chaos. Catalyst barely survives that exchange to pull him off the Tetris. The underdog has definitely found a way to trade blows today. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on right now. The 4th ranked player is simply too strong today. He's just not fading away, answering back with a lightning fast kill to close that gap to 2. He's fighting to prove that favorite tag means something. He holds that Tetris position to outlast him and keep this rally going. The momentum has completely flipped in a heartbeat. Catalyst shuts down the rally with a clean finish, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He is showing why he's sitting so high on the ladder right now. Phantom refuses to go down easy, securing a clean kill to keep his hopes alive. He's really making this high-stakes battle an absolute grind. Unbelievable. Catalyst closes the door with a perfect final sequence to secure the victory. Phantom really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final answer. That was an incredible battle. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. Vortex and Phantom are stepping up for a high-stakes duel to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this one with a strong history, winning about 61% of their head-to-head bouts. He's really the gold standard of the league right now as our top-rated player. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain control after a shaky start. Vortex is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly playing like a man on a mission today. Vortex is really heating up, turning this into a one-sided affair early on. He's looking way more comfortable than in that last meeting. He just completely dismantled his opponent's defense, picking him right off the Tetris to reach 4 rounds. A surprising turn of events for our top-rated player. Phantom shows some real grit here, putting up a fast response to close the gap. The favorite is finally starting to find some stability. Vortex has really caught fire lately, going 33-10 over the last day. I mean, it's a stark contrast to how we'd expect this to go given the historical gap. If he can keep this high intensity, we might be looking at a complete shift in their dynamic. Vortex just can't be shaken, picking up another round from the Tetris to stretch his lead. He's making the number 1 rated player look very human right now. Vortex is just relentless, quickly shutting down any hope of a comeback for his opponent. Phantom manages to secure this one, keeping the deficit to 4. He's definitely trying to flip the script from their last clash. Vortex is just a wall right now, picking him up from the boost to keep that lead growing. A huge result for the number 4 seed on the ladder. Vortex takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's proving exactly why the analyst picked him to win this one. It'll be tough for Phantom to close this gap now. Let's see a fresh push here. Phantom claws back 1, but Vortex holds an 8-5 edge. That second place seed is showing some serious resilience. Incredible survival. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health after dragging his opponent off the boost. A huge performance from someone who normally struggles against the league's best. A frantic trade on the ramp, and Phantom manages to secure the better position to take this round. Still looking like the class of the field in these exchanges. Vortex is cruising now, commanding a 4-round advantage. The top spot on the ladder is really struggling to find answers. Vortex stays firm at 10, denying Phantom any momentum. The top seed is certainly fighting to maintain his dignity here. Unreal. That was a total slugfest, and Vortex just barely survives that exchange to keep his lead. A surprising turn of events for the most consistent player in the league. A quick finish to shut the door on any comeback, putting him just one step away from victory. Complete role reversal from how this match was expected to go. A critical hold for Phantom, refusing to let the match end right here. A rare glimpse of the dominance we usually see from the top seed. Absolute madness. He barely edges out the win from the ramp to close out the match. Just a phenomenal display of poise to take down the best in the league. He really fought through the fire to earn this one. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Catalyst shuts him down immediately, punishing Vortex for taking that ramp position early. Catalyst currently holds a strong edge in their historical head-to-head series, winning 61% of their lifetime meetings. It's interesting because Vortex is the higher ranked player on the ladder. Now we just have to see if he can actually find a way to disrupt this start. He is completely taking over here with another flawless round. Vortex has been on an absolute tear today with that 34-10 record. He secured another clean get from the ramp, really putting the pressure on. He's certainly making up for that 10-13 loss on Italy. He finally finds his mark, getting a round back on the scoreboard. He really is the number 2 seed on the ladder. Catalyst is just dominating, pulling ahead to a 5-2 lead. The number 3 seed in the league needs to respond here. Catalyst is really leaning into his overall win rate advantage, and it's showing in the raw efficiency of his play today. It's a sharp contrast to how he struggled in his previous match against Phantom. If he keeps this pressure up, it could be a long day for the higher ranked player. Vortex picks him off the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. He's looking way more comfortable with his positioning now. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that scramble to keep the streak alive. The tide has completely turned in this match. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the switch. I mean, the favorite is comfortably in control of the pace. He'll want to keep this momentum going despite that late push from Vortex. Let's see if Vortex can keep climbing. He's showing real grit, picking up another round to keep this rally alive. He's definitely fighting back to justify that slight favorite status. He just completely shut him down on that ramp, evening the score at 7-all. This really feels like a complete reset of the map. Catalyst just reclaimed the lead, pushing it to 8-7. Catalyst pulls ahead again to make it 9-7. He's proving why the odds were skewed in his favor today. Vortex quickly guns him down from the ramp, refusing to let this lead slip away. The timing on that shot was just perfect. Catalyst regains a narrow 2-round buffer over his opponent. Catalyst keeps his composure and shuts him down from the ramp to really start pulling away. He's starting to play like the historical favorite here. Vortex continues to put up a fight, keeping his hopes alive in this series. Vortex is really fighting to stay within reach. Another precise shot from the ramp, and he's now just 1 round behind. The confidence is returning to the top-seeded star. Unbelievable. He finds the entry from the toolbox to tie this series up at 11-all. Just complete chaos from the top seed at this point. Another absolute powerhouse of a round, and now he's just 1 away from victory. The momentum shift is total right now. And now we're headed to overtime. He shuts the door on that comeback bid to force an extra set. A huge boost for someone who has struggled in 3 of his last 5. Vortex claims another one from the wine box, continuing his incredible run of tenacity. This is the kind of composure he's shown throughout the season. He secures the lead from the wine box, continuing this incredible surge. The pressure is simply too much for his opponent right now. Absolutely clinical. He just walks right through this round and stands on the threshold of victory. That's just an absolute lockdown of the server. What a huge play! Catalyst denies the win and knocks him off that wine box to keep this fight alive. That's a huge reset for him in the high pressure moments. Unreal, Vortex seals the series with an incredible fight back, claiming the victory right here. He's really starting to bridge that gap in their lifetime rivalry, proving he can go toe-to-toe in the high-pressure moments. What a fight! Welcome to the league. We're on orange today for a great matchup between Phantom and Catalyst. Phantom is showing a lot of confidence with a 24-10 record in the last day. And it's a great way to start since he's trying to erase the memory of a few tight losses earlier today. Let's see if he can keep the pressure on. Catalyst holds a slim lead with 2 rounds up. He's definitely looking to repeat that 13-11 result from their last encounter. We've got ourselves a real deadlock here, with neither player able to string together a long run. The top seed is finally asserting himself in this one. Catalyst pushes his lead to 3-2 right now. The top-rated man in the league is having a rough start. Catalyst is really putting on a show here, just picking him off from the ramp. The overall head-to-head is actually favoring the other guy. He's completely taken over the map now, putting up a total wall against his opponent. Looking at the historical wins, the number 1 seed needs to wake up. That was way too close, but Catalyst manages to scrap through for his 4th straight. He really looks like the favorite right now. Just an absolute tear right now, moving his tally up to 7. His target is firmly set after that win in their previous meeting. Phantom finds an opening to hold that momentum, bringing the gap to 4. The all-time head-to-head actually leans in his direction. Catalyst is effectively controlling the server, pushing his lead to 8, right? It's an interesting trend since he's won 4 of their most recent clashes. He's really proving that the current gap in their ranks doesn't mean much today. Catalyst heads into the break with a solid 8-4 cushion. He's just playing exactly like the analysts thought he would. He's simply outclassing Phantom right now and has all the momentum. Time to see a different perspective. Phantom claws one back to make it 5-8. He has a strong all-time record on the map, winning over 60%. He's showing a ton of grit, keeping the momentum shifted in his favor. The early lead is starting to evaporate. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking another effortless round to keep this surge alive. This is exactly why he entered as the favorite. A swift reaction there to stop the momentum and regain a 2-round lead. A real nail-biter of a set for the top 4 seed. Catalyst maintains a comfy 3-round cushion at 10-7. His current form is far more consistent today. He secures another one from the ramp, showing a real fighting spirit to close the gap. Needed a big response there to keep this close. Another quick exchange, and he's just refusing to go away, bringing this contest within a single round. Seriously tight gaps between these two right now. Absolute perfection there to even the score. This resilience is staggering. Total deadlock now, with everything completely reset. Catalyst manages to pick him off the ramp, regaining a narrow edge in this set. Looking like a bit of a nightmare for the ladder leader. Absolutely unreal. He has fought his way back from the brink to lock things up at 11-11. Just a blur of a round to bring this back to a dead heat. That was a grueling exchange, but Catalyst manages to survive the scrap and move within a single round of victory. Unbelievable. He's just found a way to force this deep into an overtime battle. Neither side is blinking as we head into the extra frames. Goodness. He just refused to fall. A desperate battle that ends with a massive advantage for Phantom. Talk about a heart-stopping finish for that round. Absolutely lightning fast, and he's just totally in control of this series now. He is simply unstoppable right now, surging ahead to take a 3-round lead in this overtime period. He's just completely seized the upper hand in this overtime stretch. What a way to close it out. He just outlasted his opponent to secure the match. He's finally found his footing after that disastrous start today. Just a sheer display of willpower to get it done. Truly unbelievable. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy. It's going to be a great fight today. What a fight! He barely survives that scramble to open things up. The favorite is starting on the back foot today. Vortex has been absolutely lethal today with a 35-10 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to the long-term history here, where Phantom usually holds a significant advantage. I wonder if the momentum from their previous victory is continuing to carry him through. We're all square at 2 apiece. Anyone can take this. The top-ranked player is finally asserting his authority here. Vortex just really shuts that down from the Tetris to get back on top. That's the second time today he's come out on top in a head-to-head. Phantom is really making a stand here, showing a lot of composure with that win from the wine. Still a tough hill to climb after those losses to Vortex recently. Phantom edges ahead, now leading 4-3. The world #1 is really starting to flex. And just like that, Vortex levels the playing field. He's really proving why he's currently the most feared on the ladder. That was lightning fast. Vortex is really putting the pressure on right now. A complete shutdown there, putting a firm grip on this series. That's a tough spot to be in for the league's top-rated player. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to claw out another win to extend the streak. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the projection suggested. He's looking sharp right now, though Phantom is still well within striking distance. New side, new opportunities. Vortex is looking incredibly confident right now. That's quite the reversal, since Phantom typically dominates their history together. It will be interesting to see if the #1 rated player can finally find some answers as the pressure mounts. Vortex has really pulled away, leading by 3 now. Vortex has definitely been the aggressor in their recent encounters. Phantom is refusing to go away, shutting things down instantly to keep this recovery alive. Vortex finds the win from the wine, keeping his composure to extend the lead. Vortex is really punishing any mistake, using that high ground to shut the door on Phantom. Tough break for the current top-rated player right now. Phantom has stayed remarkably composed under the pressure, refusing to let the match slip away. He's definitely showing that lifelong consistency against his opponent. He shuts down that high ground on the wine as he continues to climb back into this. The pressure is definitely shifting back onto the front runner. He's just not stopping, continuing this impressive tear to close the gap further. He's really fighting to get this series tied up. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit, and now we are deadlocked at 11 all. Absolute chaos. We've completely reset this whole series. He's simply untouchable right now, moving into a position to end this whole thing. An absolute landslide of a run from the favorite. Wow, that was a nail-biter. He barely walks away from that brawl to force a deadlock. An incredible recovery to force this deadlock. That's too straight for Vortex, and the momentum is swinging heavily his way. Just can't stop the bleeding against the world. Number 2. What a scramble! He clings to life with a mere 14 health to force a complete deadlock. That was an absolute nerve shredder of a finish. Vortex just shuts him down off the Tetris, putting the pressure right back on the world number 1. It's a tough afternoon for the league's top seed. He simply will not break, securing another win to bring this deadlocked fight right back to a tie. Neither side can get a firm grip on the lead right now. Absolute precision from Phantom, who is now just one victory away from closing the series. The momentum is shifting completely in his favor now. Incredible! Phantom secures the final blow and storms back to take the entire series. He just couldn't close the gap, even with those 3 clutch low health escapes earlier in the game. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on red line to see who takes the win. Vortex has been on fire today with a 35-11 record over the last 24 hours. It's a huge contrast to Catalyst, who has struggled to close out his series today. We have to see if he can actually find some stability now. Catalyst quickly answers back, catching Vortex right as he tried to hold the ramp. He's proving why he usually holds the edge in this head-to-head. What a scramble, he manages to scrape through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. He's really challenging the historical dominance we've seen here. Vortex is just running away with this 3-1 lead. That's quite a turnaround from their previous head-to-head matchups. Catalyst manages to secure that ramp position, putting some pressure back on Vortex now. Just a reminder that the number 4 rated player is still in this. And just like that, Catalyst levels it at 3 apiece. The overall win rate gap here really gives him a massive psychological edge. A completely effortless sequence for Catalyst, who's now sitting on 3 straight. Vortex holds the advantage from the ramp to bring us back to a dead-even split. Just another clash between the top 4 on the ladder. Vortex keeps the momentum high, taking a quick fight from the ramp to push his lead to 1. He's really shaking off that rough start to his day. He barely survives that chaotic firefight to keep his streak going. Catalyst really needs to find a way to flip the script here. A quick response here, keeping the gap thin as we head toward the break. He's finally showing that high lifetime win rate from the historical data. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's surprising to see the underdog firmly in control here, given how often Catalyst usually wins this matchup. We're looking at a potential huge upset if this continues. Time to switch things up. Unbelievable. Catalyst earns this one by the skin of his teeth, barely surviving after picking Vortex off the ramp. Catalyst is really starting to put on a show here, controlling the pace from the ramp. A complete dead heat as the pressure mounts for both. Just a total shutdown as he puts a firm grip on the series. His historical dominance in this matchup is starting to show. Another clean victory from the ramp, extending his current run to 4 straight. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He's just completely in control now, taking another one from the ramp to make it 5 straight. Vortex really needs to find an answer for his rival. Absolutely relentless, he's now claiming 6 straight in a row. A stark contrast to the confidence he showed during the first half. He's completely owning this sequence, pushing his win streak to 7 while putting himself just 1 step away from victory. Absolutely incredible! He claws through a brutal exchange to secure the victory and the series. Just a complete turnaround from that first half, showing exactly why he's such a nightmare to face on redline. Welcome to Dunes. We've got a great match today between Phantom and Catalyst. Let's see who takes it. What a scramble. Catalyst somehow claws through and takes Phantom off the box with almost nothing left. Phantom holds a lifelong head-to-head advantage in their rivalry. That long-term dominance is likely why he's seeing so much success today. The real question is whether Catalyst can shake off the nerves and find a way to pivot. Catalyst is really cruising now with a 3-1 lead. He is putting that top 4 rating to the test right now. Phantom is showing some real resilience here, keeping this set very tight. He's really proving why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Catalyst is dominating this set with a 4-2 lead. He's really putting that high tier ranking to work. Phantom narrows the gap down to 3-4. He's looking sharp after a solid 24-10 run today. The momentum has completely shifted. He's wiped out that early deficit and we're officially back to a dead heat. He's certainly playing up to those #1 expectations right now. Just a blur. He secures another fast victory to take a 1-round lead. Catalyst cleans up the exchange, catching his opponent right off the box to tie things up. Things are looking quite different than the pre-match expectations. Unreal. He somehow survives a brutal brawl with almost nothing left to secure the lead. His current form is clearly reflecting that 70% win rate. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the pre-match script is being tossed out the window. Catalyst was supposed to control this, but Phantom is simply outplaying him right now. New side, new energy. Phantom's recent 24-10 record today shows he's in peak form, and honestly, it's making the current scoreline look like an inevitability. Catalyst is usually the stronger side in these matchups, but he's just not finding an answer to the pressure right now. Phantom's pulling away now, extending his lead to 9-6. The top seed is simply playing a different game tonight. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, leaving Catalyst with a steep hill to climb. Coming off an even record of 18-18 today, Phantom is firmly in control with a 10-7 cushion. It's interesting seeing a match where the underdog took such an early command. That was an effortless finish, and it keeps this resurgence going for Catalyst. The gap is closing quickly now. A real nail-biter now for the favorite. He's absolutely on fire, maintaining a huge surge to put himself right back into this contest. His confidence is surging after that strong win over Apex earlier today. A crisp reaction from the box as he pulls back into the lead. He really has the historical edge on this map. Wow! Catalyst digs deep to survive that brawl with just a sliver of health left. Both of these players are refusing to blink right now. That was a total shutdown to push him to the brink. This looks like the precise version of him we expected. What a finish! He closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really tightened up when it mattered most to close things out. Catalyst fought his heart out today, but he just couldn't find that last gear. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this game with a 69% win rate on this specific map. And it's interesting to see him struggling to implement that advantage right out of the gate. He'll want to lean on that historical dominance to settle back into the series. Vortex is just rolling right now with the 2-0 lead. We're seeing a total flip from their most recent head-to-head. Absolutely effortless. He's now sitting on a 3-round streak. The best player in the league is really feeling the heat. He's just relentless, sweeping the early stages to take a huge lead. It's a massive swing from the last encounter. Phantom finally gets around on the board. The number 1 rated player is finally showing some life. Vortex is practically cruising at 5-1 right now. Phantom has definitely struggled to keep it clean today compared to his usual standard. Vortex has stayed incredibly sharp today with a 35-12 record over the last day. And it's that high level of consistency that's keeping him in control of the pace despite the pressure from the top seed. He's clearly not intimidated by the historical deficit. That's another one for Phantom, refusing to let this match slip away. He's showing the grit that usually makes him a safe bet. He's completely taken over the pace here, claiming a 3rd straight point to keep the pressure high. The momentum shift is real for the heavy favorite. What an unbelievable turnaround. He has completely erased that early deficit to tie things up at 5-all. Absolute chaos now as we've got a completely deadlocked series. Vortex manages to stop the run, regaining a slight edge heading into the break. A quick response there to snap out of that danger zone. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, the top seed is performing exactly how we anticipated. Both players traded identical win streaks to keep this a dead heat going into the second half. Fresh start for both players. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that exchange to reclaim the lead. He's really fighting the narrative of being the underdog today. The resilience is showing as he forces this deadlock to bring things perfectly even. Both of these guys are playing out of their minds today. He's making this look easy, securing another clean point to put himself in a strong position. The skill gap is showing as he starts to distance himself. A disciplined outing for the frontrunner, extending his streak to 3 while keeping his health fully intact. He's fully embracing that favorite status right now. A slow burning encounter, but he eventually closes it out to keep the gap tight. He's proving to be a very tough matchup for the top seed today. A lengthy trade of fire, but the top seed finally closes it out to move to a 2-round lead. He's really starting to look like the #1 seed again. A complete shutout here, and the momentum continues to swing heavily in his favor. Vortex is really starting to feel the weight of this deficit. Unbelievable. He barely survives that fight with a single point of health and now sits on match point. Absolutely heart-stopping way to close that exchange. Vortex finds his target and manages to stave off the defeat for another round. A clean sequence there to push this game back toward the deadlock. He's not going down without a fight, managing to outlast the favorite in a tense shootout. The pressure is mounting for the top seed as the gap closes. What a way to finish it. He closes out the series with a pristine shot to secure the win. He really had to dig deep for that one, but his experience on this map eventually paid off. A gritty performance all around. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. We've got an exciting fast aim duel today featuring Vortex and Catalyst. Vortex entered this match with a strong 35-13 record over the last day. It's interesting to see him carrying that positive momentum into a series where he usually struggles. It will be a fight to see if he can finally break that historical trend. Absolute perfection from that side. He's completely taken over the early game. It's a completely different story than their last meeting. He's just outclassing him right now, securing a clean 4th round in a row. The top-rated players in the league are usually much closer than this. Catalyst finally manages to find a way through, picking him off the ramp. The head-to-head record strongly favors the man in the trailing position. Vortex is just relentless, holding a commanding 5-1 lead. Catalyst is truly the stronger force in this rivalry, having historically won about 61% of their encounters. It's clear he's attempting to assert that long-term dominance once again. If he can close this gap, we might see him reclaim his favorite status. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now taken 3 straight to close the gap to just 1. The slight favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. He's absolutely tearing through this match, leveling the score with a blink, and you miss it snapshot. Vortex manages to clear him off the ramp, reclaiming a slim edge before the break. It's almost impossible to separate these two on the ladder. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Well, he's proving to be a real problem for Catalyst today. He's fighting off the odds to push for a major upset here. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is really tightening his grip on this one, comfortably holding the high ground for another win. The 3rd rank is really making his presence felt now. Vortex is just running away with it at 9-5. A stark contrast to his previous loss to Catalyst today. He just shuts down that little rally, picking Catalyst off the ramp to extend the lead. A sharp response there to keep the score at 10-6. Their recent encounters have often gone exactly like this. Catalyst was quicker to react this time, putting him right back in the fight. He's fighting for his life after an incredibly tough run today. A long tense standoff that ultimately ends in another flawless victory for the man on a roll. He's completely wiped out the lead he gave up earlier. Vortex was just a fraction faster on the draw to put another one in the book. He refuses to go quietly, showing some serious grit as he claws back into this. That a little bit of breathing room for him now. And that's another one, taking Catalyst right off that wine box to reach match point. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a picture-perfect finish to take the victory. A massive result for the top 3 seed, completely erasing that recent head-to-head deficit in a single go. Welcome everyone! We are on Italy for a huge showdown between Phantom and Catalyst. Phantom enters as the clear favorite today. Phantom is currently sitting on a 4-game winning streak. He's really capitalizing on his top tier ranking to start this one strong. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can force a slower pace to disrupt that momentum. Phantom's barely breaking a sweat with a 2-1 lead. A narrow gap between these two on the ladder, but it's showing here. Catalyst had him for a second in the last round, but Phantom is refusing to let that lead slip away. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Phantom holds a thin 3-2 edge as we reset. Both of these guys have an incredible history together. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on now, securing a fast win from the wine to tie things up. Phantom pushes ahead again to claim a 4-3 lead. His current form is practically untouchable right now. We'll take a quick time out here. Stay tuned as we get back to the action on Italy. And we are back live on Italy with Phantom leading Catalyst 4-3. Catalyst fights back and now we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. Catalyst has proven he can go toe-to-toe with the league's top seed. Catalyst is really starting to seize control of the pace here, firmly grabbing the lead. He's just on fire right now, picking up another effortless point to keep this roll going. Quick response there to keep the score tight before we head into the break. This really feels like a clash of the titans given their history. We head into the break tied up at 6-all. Right? Catalyst was expected to steamroll this series, but he's really grinding it out. Phantom is looking steady, but he can't quite put this game away. Switching sides? Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst is on top now, leading 7-6. He's really fighting back against the current number 1. Catalyst is playing some incredible roles right now, coming off an 18-18 day. I mean, he's fighting from a shaky position in the rankings, but he looks totally composed. The big question is whether Phantom can find a way to break that momentum. Catalyst is running away with it, leading 9-7. He is really proving to be a formidable opponent today. What an intense exchange. That was a total slugfest, and Catalyst just barely scrapes through the chaos. A tough spot for the top seed to navigate right now. A tidy piece of work from Phantom, who is slowly chipping away at this deficit. Slightly better footing for the favorite now. He's simply too fast right now, putting up another effortless win to keep this rally going. He's just completely shifted the energy of this match, bringing the score level at 10-all. The pressure is really mounting for the lower seed here. Catalyst shuts the door on that rally, reclaiming the lead. He's really digging deep for this victory today. Phantom has completely erased that early deficit, bringing us to a dead heat at 11 apiece. total chaos as they head toward the finish line. A smooth finish there, putting Catalyst just one round away from the victory. The favorite is really feeling the heat now. Absolute grit from Phantom to force this tie, pushing us straight into overtime. A real battle of wills for the top seed today. We are officially in for a long night, as things are looking completely unpredictable now. Truly an incredible performance from the number 4 seed. Catalyst is looking frighteningly efficient right now, putting the screws to the top seed. A shocking turn of events, considering the rating gap between these two. Absolute lightning fast reaction, Catalyst is just in complete control now and looks ready to seal the deal. What a statement! He just shuts the door on that momentum and keeps his hopes alive. The favorite refuses to go quietly into the night. Unbelievable. Catalyst shuts it down with one last lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really played the game of his life to take down the top seed in a thriller like that. Just a colossal effort to pull this off. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Phantom has historically dominated this specific matchup, winning 61% of their encounters, and we're seeing that familiar pattern early on today. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script this time around. Vortex holds his own from the ramp, managing to trade back immediately. The world number one is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom is really capitalizing on the height advantage, keeping that lead intact. The number one seed is looking incredibly sharp here. Phantom's just cruising along with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's looking every bit like the best player in the league. Absolutely effortless movement there as he keeps this roll going. The favorite is firmly in control of this early stage. He cleans up from the ramp and just won't let up on this run. The number one spot on the ladder is making it look easy. Vortex reacts faster to put a stop to that streak. Phantom just doesn't care about the positioning. He's completely comfortable pushing up against Vortex on the ramp. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. Phantom secures another one from the ramp, and he's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Phantom has definitely found his rhythm after those early struggles. Incredible tenacity from Vortex, surviving a total war to claw back another round. He's really fighting for every single point here. Phantom manages to outmaneuver him, taking the win from the ramp while Vortex is tucked away on the Tetris. Vortex has put in a huge shift today with that 36-13 record. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 9-3 cushion. Well, the betting lines had Vortex as the one to beat today, but the top seed is just too strong right now. Vortex needs a total reset here. Phantom is really making his presence felt, especially with a career win rate of 63%. He's translating that long-term consistency into pure dominance right now. It will be a massive climb for Vortex to close this gap. What a scramble. Vortex barely clings to life with 13 health after knocking him off the ramp. An absolutely brutal fight, barely getting through that exchange. That was a complete stalemate for a while, but Phantom managed to edge him out in a real grind of a round. Coming off a tough loss to Catalyst, he looks completely refreshed. Vortex is starting to put up a fight, knocking Phantom right off that ramp. An unexpected turn of events given the pre-match predictions. Vortex is really starting to put on the pressure, managing to take that duel even with Phantom holding the high ground. clears the ramp again, maintaining a strong surge for the underdog. A total flip from the expectation going into this one. Phantom shots that comeback attempt down instantly from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. The gap in their ladder ratings is really showing through here. A careful piece of play by Vortex, who eventually clears the ramp. He's showing why he was tipped to keep it tight today. And there it is. Phantom seals the victory with a final burst from the Tetris. He just refuses to let this guy get any momentum going. A clinical display of skill by the top seed. Welcome everyone, we've got a great match on Orange today between Vortex and Catalyst. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst has consistently won the majority of their over 1000 encounters. It's clear that this mental edge usually weighs heavy on the competition. We will see if that historical control carries through today. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. What a scramble! He barely manages to hold on, evening things up at 2-all. A real battle of titans here with the top 4 seeds clashing. Catalyst just reclaimed control, putting Vortex on the back foot. Slight favorite or not, the momentum has clearly shifted. A complete reversal of fortunes as he secures his 3rd straight victory. Vortex is having a powerhouse day with those 36 wins. Unbelievable! He survives by a single point of health to keep this run going. The 2nd seed is really feeling the pressure here. He shows some real grit here, outdueling his opponent completely to narrow the gap. The favorite is finally starting to fight back. He's making this a tight contest, securing another victory to close the gap. That favorite status is starting to look very justified. Vortex has been on fire today with 36 total wins, but he's struggling to translate that overall energy into this specific rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if he can overcome Catalyst's long-term ownership of this matchup. Catalyst heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we anticipated. The higher seed is firmly in the driver's seat as we switch sides. Time to see a new perspective. He's refusing to back down, continuing this charge to stay within striking distance. It's a toss-up now, completely erasing that early advantage. Catalyst pulls ahead again, now leading 8-6. He's really leaning into that historical dominance right now. Catalyst is just too fast right now, catching Vortex before he could even react from the ramp. The rating gap is narrow, but his grip on this series feels absolute. The tide has completely turned as he secures a third consecutive victory. Absolute chaos in this one. He clings to a tiny bit of life to secure the win. He's showing a lot of heart right now, shutting things down instantly to stay in this fight. The pressure is mounting for Vortex, who now needs to find a few more wins to bridge this gap. He keeps fighting, refusing to let this match slip away as the gap narrows further. It's an interesting shift, seeing the underdog climb back this late. He is on a tear right now, cutting into that lead with another fast exchange. A massive shift in confidence for the favorite. A cautious exchange that finally goes his way, putting him just one round from victory. The momentum shift we saw earlier is quickly evaporating. He's just not going away, keeping the dream alive with an incredible display of persistence. He's fighting hard to overturn those odds. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit here, but he just couldn't find that final opening, heart-stopping stuff. Welcome everyone, we've got an exciting matchup on Mappas today as Phantom takes on Catalyst for the win. Phantom enters this game as the league's top-rated player, but the numbers tell a different story in their head-to-head matchups. Catalyst has won 4 of the last 5 encounters. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can flip that trend back around. A dead heat as Catalyst levels the playing field. It's a real battle between the top 2 on the ladder. Catalyst is really flexing their dominance with a 2-1 lead. Both of these players are incredibly quick, and it's showing. We're seeing a lot of these encounters finish in under 2 seconds. Phantom claws back ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. Hard to ignore that massive volume of experience he brings to this map. The momentum has completely shifted as he takes control of the match. He's really showing why he holds that #1 spot. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up his 4th straight victory. It's a complete flip from that loss we saw on Italy. He's absolutely in command, extending that streak to 5. The difference in map comfort is staring us right in the face. He's simply on another level, walking away from that encounter completely unscathed. He looks completely settled into the server now. Unreal! He barely survives that fight from the ramp to keep the run going. The world #1 is proving a bit too much here. Catalyst gets a quick answer here, finally stemming the tide as we head toward the break. A much needed spark for him heading into the halfway point. Phantom takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. We expected Catalyst to have a tighter grip on this game, but the underdog is putting on a show right now. Let's see if the favorite can respond. Time to see a comeback. Phantom has an impressive 69% win rate on this map. And that clearly shows in how he's controlling the pace right now. It's an unfortunate spot for Catalyst, who's really struggling to put up a fight. He is just too fast for him right now, putting some serious distance between them in the scoreline. He's really making his recent victory on Italy look like a fluke. What a fight! Catalyst barely clings to life after a fierce trade from the ramp. That shows just how closely matched these two really are. He manages to outlast him in that firefight and moves into a position to end this right now. He's really taking advantage of that skill gap today. What a way to close it out. He wraps up the series with a huge final push to secure the victory. A complete reversal of fortune compared to their last meeting, as he finally puts his rivals in their place. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Vortex taking on the top-seeded Phantom in today's high-stakes duel. Unbelievable. Both players were hammered, but Phantom just barely clutched it out to take the early lead. Phantom is really starting to assert his authority here, especially considering he's coming off a very confident 13-8 win against this same opponent earlier today. It looks like he's completely dialed in, which puts a lot of pressure on Vortex to find a way to break that momentum. Vortex has clawed back to lock things up at 2 apiece. A surprising turn of events for the world number 1. Absolute perfection from the challenger, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. It's a huge swing for the man who's normally seen as the underdog here. He's just not letting up, marking a 4th straight victory for the challenger. This is a shocking turn for the best player in the league. A swift response from the top seed to keep things tight. We are completely deadlocked at 4 rounds each now. He's showing exactly why that top spot on the ladder is deserved. Wow, he's absolutely gutted that one. Vortex barely escapes with his life after a grueling fight to take a 5-4 lead. A huge performance from someone who usually struggles against that rival. Vortex has clearly found his confidence today, knowing he's already pushed through 36 wins over the last day. It's a strong contrast to how his overall record against this opponent usually looks. We have to see if he can maintain this pace as he pushes for a double-digit lead. A very cautious exchange here, but he manages to close it out to keep the streak alive. A huge shift from how these two usually match up historically. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's completely controlling the map just as the pre-match predictions suggested. He has a strong handle on this encounter so far. Time to see if the tide turns. Phantom finally secures one, cutting the lead to 8-5. He's certainly leaning on that superior historical edge in this match. He's staying aggressive and just walked away from that exchange unscathed. The gap is closing fast now. He's really finding his footing now. Absolutely effortless work from the favorite to bring this game within a single round. Vortex responds with a sharp play to push his lead back to 2. He's proving he can hang with the top seed today. Vortex still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. He's certainly making the most of his hot start today. What a brutal fight! He's just completely taken over the momentum now. The top seed is looking completely lost in this one. A prolonged face-off that finally ended with a clean victory for Phantom. The top-ranked player is finally starting to push back. What a shutdown play! That puts him in a perfect position to close this series right now. That was an incredibly fast exchange to seal the deal. What an incredible finish! He closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. A statement victory for the challenger who just shook the world rankings by taking down the #1 seed. Welcome everyone, we have a great matchup on Italy today, as Vortex takes on Catalyst in this 1v1 battle. Unreal, both players traded heavy damage, but Catalyst barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. Catalyst is looking incredibly sharp early on, utilizing that height advantage on the Wine to put 2 on the board. Catalyst really seems to have this matchup figured out, winning 61% of their encounters. It's a tough mountain for Vortex to climb when you look at that history. He has the skill to keep pace, but he'll need a strong start to overcome the psychological edge his opponent holds. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we head into round 5. Catalyst is starting to pull away, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex to respond. A real battle between 2 of the top 4 rated players. Absolutely effortless, he's totally in control now, taking a commanding lead in the set. Vortex shows some real grit here, securing a perfectly clean round to close the gap. He's showing some serious resolve now, claiming another round to close the gap. The pre-match favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Vortex has been on a tear today, putting up a huge 37-15 record across his matches, so yeah, it's interesting to see him fighting for a lead here when he's clearly in such a strong mood. He's proving he can compete with anyone right now. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as the experts predicted. He's just a few rounds ahead, but he's clearly the one controlling the pace of this duel. Let's see if the momentum shifts. A fierce exchange here, but he manages to outlast the opposition to keep this rally going. He's starting to claw back into this contest. What a response. He's now completely erased that deficit to tie things up. A complete reset on the scoreboard as we move into the 15th. Catalyst just barely holds the upper hand at 8-7. A really tight gap between these two on the ladder. Catalyst was far too quick there, catching Vortex completely off guard while he was up on Tetris. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the heat now. He's staying in the fight and manages to keep the pressure high. This is exactly the kind of fight we expected from a top tier duo. He's really fighting back, securing another point from the Wine to level this matchup. He is simply not missing right now, extending his run with another perfect shot. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. That was a total war of attrition, but he barely manages to outlast his opponent for another victory. He's just unstoppable right now, moving one step away from a huge victory. He's certainly justifying the hype as the pre-match favorite. A huge moment of resilience as he manages to hold the momentum and stay in this fight. He definitely needs to tighten up for a final push. Unbelievable. Vortex closes it out with a pristine final play to secure the map victory. Looking back at that head-to-head, it's just crazy to see the tide turning in this rivalry. This is a massive confidence boost for the man. What a fight! Welcome to Redline. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off today to see who can claim victory. Phantom is currently our #1 rated player, which is definitely giving him a mental edge as we open this one. It's especially true since he's coming off a convincing win against Catalyst earlier today. He really looks like he has the upper hand right now. Catalyst managed to secure that trade from the ramp, keeping this one very competitive. The lower seed is definitely playing his way back into this. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to take Catalyst off the ramp. He's really flirting with disaster after those narrow escapes. What a fight! Catalyst barely edges that out with a mere 4 HP after dragging Phantom off the ramp. Expectations were high for the #1 seed today. What a miracle! Catalyst hangs on with just 14 health to even the score at 3-3. Both players are playing with high intensity today. Phantom is really quickly adjusting to the pace here, catching Catalyst right as he stepped up that ramp. Catalyst usually has the upper hand in these matchups. Deadlocked at 4 apiece. We are back to a stalemate. He's really putting that map expertise on display. Absolute chaos. Phantom claws back the lead from the ramp, though he barely walked away from that one. The higher ranked player is certainly making a case for himself. Both players were fighting for that same piece of ground, but Catalyst proves he's the faster gun today. He's certainly proving to be a worthy opponent today. Catalyst takes a slim lead, pushing ahead to 6-5. The momentum is shifting far away from the current league leader. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, that's exactly what we anticipated given how much he loves this map. He's just comfortably in control right now. Fresh start for both players here. Catalyst has an impressive 75% win rate on this particular map. It's no surprise he's finding so much success here tonight. If he can push this lead a bit further, he'll put the world #1 in a very difficult spot. Catalyst is just on fire right now, cleaning up from the ramp and pushing his lead even further. A complete flip from their encounter on Mapas. He's just completely shut him down, building a commanding 10-round lead. A huge shift in fortune for the top-ranked seed. Quick response there to break up that streak. A bit of a throwback to that 13-4 result they had earlier. Both players were fighting for that same ground, but Catalyst was just a split second quicker on the trigger. The historical head-to-head is surprisingly tight despite the gaps. Phantom is keeping this series alive, showing that his high ranking isn't just for show today. The overall head-to-head favors him, though it's incredibly narrow. Catalyst just puts on a show from the Tetris, leaving him staring at a match point. That was an incredibly crisp finish to seal the round. And that's it. A flawless final shot gives Catalyst the victory. A massive statement from the #4 seed to bring the world leader back down to earth. Welcome to the arena. We have a great match today as Vortex takes on the favored Phantom. Phantom takes a strong opening lead by controlling that high ground and catching Vortex coming up the ramp. Expected to see the best player in the league start strong. Phantom really holds the advantage in this pairing with an overall win rate of 63%, and honestly, it's starting to show how he can shut down an aggressive opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script like he did in their last encounter. He's just too sharp right now, taking a third straight to really put on the pressure. He's looking much more composed than he was in his recent losses. A total shutdown, leaving the other player completely outclassed for the fourth time. This is looking like the top-rated player in the league. The momentum is simply overwhelming as he cruises to a 5-0 start. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of his recent loss to Catalyst. Unbelievable. Vortex claws back around in a nail-biter, surviving with just a sliver of health. A massive shift in confidence for a player who's played a lot today. Vortex is fighting back, but Phantom still leads 5-2. Vortex has been playing a lot of matches today, and it's paying off. Vortex is putting in an incredible shift today with 38-15 across his matches. It's a huge contrast to the historical trend where he usually struggles against his opponent. We're seeing if that current hot streak is enough to overcome the lifetime deficit. Vortex clears him off the Tetris to keep this surge going. The momentum is shifting just as we head toward the half. Vortex secures another one from the boost, putting up a fight as he heads into the break. Phantom needs to wake up and respond quickly. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, the favorite is definitely playing his part here, but these two are practically mirror images right now. It's a complete toss-up heading into the second half. Fresh start for both players. He's completely reversed the momentum, moving ahead 7-6 in a shocking turnaround. This is a huge shift for someone usually considered the underdog. Phantom answers back immediately, securing the winning angle from the ramp to knot this thing up again. The top-seeded player is finally finding his feet. absolutely wild. He guts it out to take the lead, surviving by a mere thread of health. His nerve is absolutely incredible in those close calls. He converts from the boost for another clean round, showing real grit to pull away. The underdog is truly making a statement with this performance. He just refuses to back down, taking another flawless round to push his lead to 10-7. Phantom puts up a fight, using the Tetris to hold that charge. The higher seeded player is finally showing some resistance. What a fight! Phantom keeps this rally going by surviving a miracle finish to claw back into this. Absolute heartbreaker for the man on the high ground. A strong finish from Heaven as he wipes the slate clean to force a deadlock. The pressure is mounting as we enter the final stretch. A long standoff here, but he eventually finds the mark to reclaim the lead. He is proving that the rankings aren't everything in this series. Phantom keeps his composure and secures the lead from Heaven, continuing this impressive push back into the game. Neither player is letting the other breathe at this point. Vortex just refused to die in that slug, clutching the round with 9 health to put himself 1 point away from victory. Complete reversal of the expected outcome for this series. Unbelievable! Phantom forces the draw, bringing us straight into a sudden death overtime. Talk about the complete flip from the start of the match. Phantom is showing incredible steel here, securing another round and moving into a narrow lead. Pure surgical precision from the favorite to close out a huge gap. What a read! Vortex just shut him down right off the ramp to keep the deadlock alive. That was an incredibly fast reset to keep things balanced. He stays cool under the pressure, walking away completely unscathed to extend that narrow lead. Vortex is showing incredible heart, picking Phantom right off the Tetris to bring us back to a dead heat. Vortex puts the pressure back on and manages to drag him down from the boost. The control has completely shifted in his favor. What a finish, he wipes out the competition to close the series in style. He really had to dig deep to survive those hairy moments throughout overtime, but the grit was on full display. Just an incredible way to close out this series, he earned that one. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off today on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has owned this matchup historically by winning over 60% of their encounters. It's really interesting because Vortex entered this game as the slight favorite. He'll need a strong response here to keep this from becoming another one-sided affair. Unbelievable! He manages to clutch out that fight after taking an immense amount of damage. He's definitely carrying that momentum from his win over Phantom. We're all squared up as Vortex and Catalyst reset. The two best in the league are locked in a dead heat. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we head back in. That's a dominant stretch for the number 4 ranked player. Just a blur of a play. He's completely in control of this server right now. The world number 2 is really feeling the pressure right now. He's simply untouchable right now, extending the streak to 4 straight. His recent run of games has him looking incredibly sharp. Vortex manages to pick him off the container, showing a lot of grit to stay in this. The slight favorite is finally starting to settle into the server. Catalyst makes a quick read there, catching Vortex before he can even react from the ramp. He's putting up a real fight now, securing a clean exchange to tighten that gap. He's fighting through some tough resistance to keep this game close. A fantastic play from the ramp as he keeps the pressure on heading into the break. A very quick turn of the tide for the server leader. Catalyst holds a 7-5 advantage as we switch sides. You know, everything is playing out exactly as we expected from the top seed. He's in total control and should be able to close this out. Let's see if Vortex can push back. A quick reflex win here, as the comeback attempt continues to gather steam. Absolutely clinical work to keep the pressure on. What a sight! He's completely wiped out that deficit to bring the game back to a dead-even split. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Vortex is on fire, putting up a third straight win to take the lead. The top-seeded player is finally showing why he's the favorite. A swift reaction here, allowing him to stop the run and level the score. Catalyst barely edges ahead, clinging to that narrow 9-8 lead. He's looking quite steady after that rough loss to Phantom earlier. He just refuses to stay down, evening this matchup completely. It's a complete toss-up now for the lead. Catalyst reclaimed the lead, pushing it to 10-9. Vortex has been an absolute machine today with that 39-15 record. What a dogged effort from Vortex to bring this match back to a dead heat. It's a brutal mental battle for the two of them right now. The turnaround is officially complete, with the underdog now clutching a one-round advantage. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. He's simply refusing to let up, moving just one step away from the victory. He's truly capitalizing on the momentum swing now. What a finish! He secures the victory with an absolute shutdown for the win. He's finally starting to chip away at that lifetime deficit against this opponent. Both of these guys were just lighting fast today. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom has an impressive 62% win rate here. It's a surprising contrast to the struggles he's had in his most recent matches. We'll see if the top seed can use that historical confidence to turn this series around. Catalyst is totally dominating with a commanding 2-0 lead. He's just too fast right now, taking a third straight round to keep the momentum surging. The top seed is really feeling the pressure of that recent loss streak. He's simply not letting up, strolling to a 4-round lead. A surprising start for the best player on the ladder right now. Finally, a response from the top seed. Trading blows before coming out on top. The number 1 seed is finally starting to wake up. What a scrap! He barely clings to life after that chaotic firefight from the ramp. That survival just keeps the deficit manageable. Catalyst has really taken control of this head-to-head, winning 4 of their last 5 encounters. Well, it's showing in his poise today as he continues to frustrate the world number 1. I wonder if he can finally break Phantom Spirit entirely. Catalyst holds a firm 3-round cushion at 6. The number 1 rated guy on the ladder just can't find an answer. Catalyst just cuts right through him as he tries to hold the ramp. That recent head-to-head victory is giving him so much confidence. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 7-4 lead. He's really battling through a tough run of form tonight. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly right now. Time for a fresh slate. Catalyst just widened the gap to 5 rounds. That's a tough spot for someone who's had as much success overall as he has. Catalyst just picks him off the ramp, really putting the screws to him now. The gap between these two is barely noticeable on the ladder. And that's another one. He's firmly back in the driver's seat. He's really mirroring that result from their previous meeting. Unreal. Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he manages to barely scrape by. He's finally fighting back against the tide. The momentum is shifting. We're seeing a real swing here as the pressure starts to mount on Catalyst. His total head-to-head lead over Catalyst is surprisingly narrow. Another efficient exchange for the leader, who now just needs one final round to end this. He's completely flipping the script on this series. What a firefight! He clawed his way through that brawl to keep the game alive. That keeps the pressure high for the trailing side. A flawless burst stops the bleeding, but Catalyst is still just one step away from victory. He is completely refusing to buckle, securing another clean win to stay in this. His early dominance is starting to look like a distant memory. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Catalyst shuts it down and closes out the match. Phantom really tried to dig deep in those final moments, but the momentum just stayed with the 4th seed. He fought so hard to stay in this one. What a game! Welcome everyone to Dunes. Today we have Vortex and Phantom facing off to see who comes out on top. Vortex was just a bit quicker on the trigger to catch Phantom coming off the Tetris. Phantom brings a massive historical advantage here with 24-11 total wins over Vortex. Well, it's clear he's looking to reclaim that dominance after their most recent clash. Let's see if he can put together a string of rounds and push his lead. Phantom holds a slim lead as we enter round 3. The latter's top seed is quickly asserting his authority. Total deadlock now as Vortex levels the game. Both players are treating this as a true toss-up right now. Phantom is showing plenty of composure right now, keeping things very steady early on. The best player on the ladder is actually starting to take control. Vortex is playing aggressively, just slicing right through Phantom's defense and knocking him off the box. A surprising turn of events, considering the pre-match odds. Vortex has snatched a one-round edge over Phantom. He's certainly making the most of his current high-energy form. We've hit a total stalemate at 4 apiece. The higher-rated man is starting to prove his status here. Vortex is really putting on the pressure, fighting to keep this gap wide open. What a scrap. He barely claws his way out of that exchange to even the score. That was an absolute nail-biter of a round. Vortex is leaning forward with a narrow 6-5 lead. The number 2 seed is firmly in control now. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's effectively riding that hot streak from his last few games. Phantom is fighting back, but the favorite is just a bit too sharp right now. Positions, swap, let's get into it. Vortex is just completely taking over here, holding that high ground to build some serious momentum. Phantom's high map win rate isn't playing a role here. Vortex is simply on another level today, coming in with a 40-15 record over the last day. That kind of confidence is carrying over perfectly into this series. He's really making his opponent look outclassed right now. He catches the other man right off the Tetris, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's really making it difficult for the number 1 seed today. He just can't find an answer for that pace, as the lead extends to 11-5. He's completely flipped the script on the pre-match expectations. Phantom manages to respond immediately with a sharp play of his own. Phantom is definitely digging in his heels now, refusing to let this game slip away. Still has a long climb ahead of him to close the gap. Vortex keeps his composure in a patient duel to move within striking distance of victory. A really clean way to secure that lead. Unreal, he just completely outshines the competition to close the door on this series. He's just in a different gear today, proving that a higher overall win rate doesn't mean anything when you're getting out-peaked. Welcome to Redline. We have a great match today as Vortex takes on Catalyst in this 1v1 showdown. Catalyst has historically been the nightmare matchup for his opponent, holding a win rate of 61% in their head-to-head, and you can tell that confidence is there right now. I wonder if he can maintain this edge given how strong the top seed has been today. Catalyst keeps pulling ahead, now leading 2-1. He's currently the #1 rated player in the league. Catalyst just reads him perfectly. Vortex had the high ground on that ramp, but it didn't help him there. The #1 seed is clearly feeling the heat early. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, using that ramp to shut him down instantly. He's really making the most of that high 75% map win rate. Vortex is refusing to go away, picking him right off the Tetris. A huge momentum shift for the favorite to keep this close. That was a cautious encounter, but he keeps his composure to take another for himself. The underdog is quickly making this a close contest. Absolutely incredible. He's fought all the way back to even it up at 4-all. The favorite is finally putting his skill on full display. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another victory from the ramp to take the lead. He's proving why he entered this set as the favorite. A hard-fought exchange, but he manages to secure the edge to bring us level. The top seed is putting up a fight, but this one's a toss-up. Catalyst is just too clean from the ramp, really capitalizing on this little run of luck. Vortex is certainly feeling the pressure of those overall losses in their history. We head into the break tied up at 6 apiece. Well, Vortex looked like the underdog coming in, but he's playing like the top seed right now. That 4-round run really shifted the pace of this match. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst regains the upper hand, edging ahead 7-6. The world #1 is definitely feeling a bit of pressure. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but he just barely held on to secure the round. Purely a nail-biter of a finish there. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that exchange on the ramp to keep the streak alive. The momentum is shifting back toward his side entirely. Another flawless sequence for Catalyst as he picks his opponent right off the ramp. His rank and rating barely tell the whole story here. And he's absolutely taking over the map now, simply outclassing his opponent from that elevated spot. A huge swing from the 13-10 win Vortex pulled earlier today. He simply cannot be stopped, extending that win streak to 6 as he moves to match point. That was just a quick, decisive snap. What a read! He steps up just in time to hold that run. Just a flash of brilliance to get back in the game. He maintains his high ground on the ramp to pull off another clean victory. Absolute precision, really cleaning up the lines now. And there it is, a decisive strike to close the series and secure the victory for Catalyst. The world's top player really struggled to find a footing once the momentum swung. Catalyst just looked completely untouchable here. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom taking on Catalyst right here in the arena for a great match. Phantom currently leads the ladder as the #1 ranked player, but he's dealing with some shaky momentum coming into this. It's interesting because he's dropped several rounds in his most recent outings. I wonder if he can actually put together a consistent run here. Unreal, that was a total slugfest and Catalyst barely edges out the win. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that loss to Vortex. We've got a deadlock at 2 apiece for these two. The momentum is mirroring their last head-to-head meeting. Phantom claws back the lead to make it 3-2. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle with his recent results. These exchanges are happening so fast, barely any time for them to even breathe before the round is over. Phantom secures another one, now pushing ahead 4-3. Catalyst had the upper hand in their most recent encounter. Phantom has managed to secure an early advantage, but he is currently fighting against a very poor trend in their recent head-to-head matches. Catalyst has won 4 of their last 5 meetings. It'll be interesting to see if this current lead is enough to finally break that streak. Phantom is just taking over this map, using that high ground on the Tetris to really widen the gap. Phantom is just running away with it at 7-4. He's finally turning things around after that tough stretch of 5 straight losses. Phantom heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, it is a total shock seeing the underdog control the pace like this. He's completely ignored the odds coming into this match. Let's see if Catalyst can respond. Catalyst fights back, but Phantom still holds the 8-5 edge. Catalyst definitely looks like the more comfortable player right now. He picks Phantom straight off the boost as the deficit continues to shrink. The confidence is clearly shifting in this set. A huge swing in power for the underdog here. Absolutely crushing it right now as he keeps this streak alive to stay within touching distance. Phantom manages to clear the ramp, reclaiming control of the match at 9-7. It's a battle of the titans with the top 2 seeds squaring off. He secured a clean kill from the boost, proving he's far from finishing this match. He's really starting to lock in on this side. Goodness, that was nearly a disaster, but he barely manages to survive with just 6 health. That's 3 times now he's barely escaped a round. Phantom quickly read that angle to pluck Catalyst right off the boost. Seeing the top seed finally assert his authority. That is a flawless set of rounds to put him just 1 step away from victory. The sheer raw skill gap is becoming evident. Game over. Phantom closes it out with a stunning final sequence to secure the victory. He's really shaking off those recent losses to put a stop to that streak of defeats. Top seed puts on a clinic here. Welcome to the show. We have Vortex taking on Phantom on Mappas to see who can claim victory today. A very sharp start for Vortex, using that ramp to keep the high ground for the opening point. He's already putting pressure on the league's top-rated player. Phantom is coming into this as the most highly rated player in our system, but the early momentum is firmly on Vortex's side. That's a stark contrast to their long-term history, where the favorite usually clears these matches comfortably. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can shift the tide. Phantom manages to claw one back, and the momentum is shifting back in his favor. He's looking to leverage that career win rate advantage here. Vortex is really making a case for himself here, taking total control of the map from that ramp. He's having a bit of a tough day overall, sitting at 21 and 14. Vortex holds a slim edge at 3-2. Expectations are starting to align with the head-to-head history. Vortex is surging ahead with a commanding 4-2 lead. That's a serious struggle for the #1 rated player right now. Phantom is responding well, keeping things incredibly tight as we head into the second half of the set. He's certainly not playing like a man who just lost the map to this opponent. Vortex keeps the pressure on, cutting Phantom down right there on the ramp. He's really struggling to find his footing in this specific set. Vortex is absolutely crushing the day with a 41-16 record overall. It's clear he's bringing that high energy into this set. He's fighting against a massive career deficit in their head-to-head history, but he's looking incredibly confident right now. Unbelievable! Both of them were practically out of health, but he manages to outlast his opponent in a brutal exchange. Vortex is just cruising along with a 7-4 cushion. Vortex has really turned the tide in their latest encounters. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. You know, he's really proving why he was the pick to win this one. It's a strong start though. Phantom usually dominates their head-to-head meetings. Time for a fresh start. Vortex is just running away with it, now up 9-4. This is a nightmarish set for the top-rated man in the league. Vortex just keeps rolling, catching Phantom right there on the ramp to push his lead to 10. It's a surprising look for the #1 seed in the world right now. Phantom is just reeling now, trailing by 5. Just a glimpse of that legendary career superiority. Vortex is really utilizing that ramp to secure the advantage, and he's just a few steps away from closing this out. He really has a huge mountain to climb from here. That's a huge momentum swing, putting the pressure firmly back on the favorite. Absolute total control for the challenger at this stage. What a finish! He puts an exclamation point on the set to close things out. He just played a completely different game, totally dismantling the top seed with that speed. Welcome everyone, today we have Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top. Catalyst really holds the upper hand in this rivalry, winning over 60% of their encounters. It is a tough mental hurdle for Vortex to clear, since he is fighting against someone who almost always knows how to handle him. It will be interesting to see if the #1 seed can break that pattern today. And he's just too quick, extending that lead to 3 straight rounds. He's clearly shaken after that tough loss earlier today. He is absolutely relentless, picking up another round to put a serious dent in the early game. Vortex finds a way to answer back, cutting into that early lead. The top seed is starting to put on his game face. He's not backing down, quickly securing another round to put some pressure on the leader. This is the kind of form he's been showing lately. Vortex enters this game coming off a high of 42-16 over the last day, but that strength hasn't translated yet in this specific set. He is fighting an uphill battle against a player who consistently gets the better of him. The real question is whether the top seed can actually close this gap. Catalyst still dominates with a commanding 6-3. It's a battle between the two highest rated players currently on the ladder. That was a lightning fast encounter. He is just not letting Vortex settle into any kind of pace today. Catalyst is just cruising right now at 7-4. The top seed is fighting for every single point here. It's 7-5 for Catalyst heading into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated, with the favorite holding the lead. He's just a bit more composed in the key moments right now. Let's see if Vortex wakes up. A perfect shot to close that round out, showing some real grit from the underdog. He's clearly found his confidence now. Unreal, he's just too sharp, pulling this series all the way back to a deadlock. We are officially seeing a total reset of the series. He's completely taken control of this set, surging ahead for the first time today. A massive shift in the energy of this series. A clean sweep of this round as he continues his charge toward a possible comeback. Simply outclassing him in every single exchange right now. He's just on another level right now, securing his 5th straight win to really seize the lead. He is playing like a man possessed right now. He is just untouchable, extending his streak to 6 rounds and taking total command of this match. He is certainly proving why he walked into this series as the favorite. He is simply on fire, putting together 7 straight to move within a single point of victory. What a turnaround! Vortex closes the deal with a spectacular 8-round run to seize victory. He finally broke that mental block, proving he's every bit as dangerous as his ranking suggests. Welcome everyone! We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom really owns the pace on this specific layout with a 68% win rate. I mean, it gives him a massive comfort level compared to Catalyst. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence translates into a fast lead. Phantom is looking sharp early on, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's continuing the form from their most recent encounter. He puts on a clinic from the toolbox, moving a full step closer to a perfect start. He keeps the pressure up by shutting down Catalyst from the wine box. Everything about this start fits the rating gap perfectly. Catalyst answers back, taking the fight from the window to stop the run. Both players are safely within the top 5 of the ladder right now. He's refusing to go away, putting up another huge fight to narrow this gap. The underdog is certainly making this a competitive contest. Phantom is holding a commanding lead in their overall head-to-head record with 598 wins. That historical edge seems to be weighing heavily on Catalyst right now. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle to turn the tide. He's digging deep to keep this contest close, securing a tidy point to bring the score to 5-3. The gap on the ladder isn't telling the whole story right now. He's showing great tenacity here, just erasing his opponent to close the gap further. Catalyst is proving that the higher seed won't be a free pass today. Both players were practically glued to the ramp there, but Phantom managed to come out on top. The second ranked player in the league is showing his teeth. A lightning fast reaction there to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is holding his own perfectly against the favorite. It'll be a toss-up to see who closes this out. Switching sides, we're back in it. He's really refusing to buckle, taking control of the scoreboard with a narrow lead. That's a really solid way to start the second half. Phantom reacts quickly and clears him off the ramp, making it a dead heat once again. It's a dead heat between two of the most elite players available. Phantom is really turning the tide now, just picking him off the planks to extend that lead. A very focused look from the current number 2 seed. What a response from Catalyst, taking this round completely unscathed to pull the map back to a dead even split. He's really digging in, picking off Phantom from the ramp to sustain this rally. He's simply not letting the high seed regain any ground. He holds the high ground on the wine box to secure another round, keeping his foot on the gas. The pressure is starting to mount for the man favored to win. He manages to hold the slide, clawing back a point to keep the score tight at 9-10. Still seeing some very similar patterns to their most recent match. He secures a fresh point from the wine box, continuing his impressive climb back into this series. He is playing with a lot of confidence right now. It's getting incredibly tight here. We're seeing a real back and forth as they trade rounds. A tough couple of matches for Catalyst lately, but he's still keeping pace. He puts on another incredible show of grit to reach match point, shutting him down from the ramp. A completely different story than we expected going into this series. What a way to close it out. Catalyst completes the comeback to secure the victory. He really fought through all that momentum to get the job done. It's a huge result given how much this map usually favors the other guy. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off today on Italy to see who takes the win. Vortex has already secured a huge win with a 43-16 record over the last day. That high energy is a sharp contrast to how Phantom has been struggling lately. It will be interesting to see if the momentum from their previous meeting continues here. Both players are deadlocked as we enter round 3. This is exactly how you'd expect the favorite to start. Phantom holds a slim lead heading into the third. The second highest rated guy in the league is playing with a lot of confidence. Absolutely effortless. That is 3 straight for Phantom, and he is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Vortex answers back with a clean sideline to hold that slide. The world number 1 is finally finding his footing. Phantom's commanding 2-round cushion is looking very sturdy. This is a great way to bounce back from that Mappa's loss. Phantom is just 1 step ahead of Vortex now. He is certainly proving that the underdog label is just a label. The tide has completely turned. Phantom was in control, but now he's staring down a 2-round slide. He's really putting a damper on that high all-time win rate right now. Phantom barely maintains his narrow edge over Vortex. His historical 61% win rate against the number 1 seed is starting to surface. Phantom just tore right through that wine position to extend his current run. A very different story compared to that slaughter on Mappas. Phantom is completely taking over, securing another flawless win to put a firm grip on the series. Phantom takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. He's completely defying the projections here. He's leaning on that 65% map win rate to put the #1 seed in a very tough spot. Let's see if Vortex can claw back. Vortex is currently playing as if he has forgotten about those 24-11 losses to Phantom over the years. I mean, we are seeing the #1 seed really challenge that historical gap. It'll be quite the story if he can erase this deficit entirely. A fierce duel from the Tetris, and he earns his second consecutive point to keep the comeback alive. He's starting to look a lot more dangerous than he did during the previous 13-11 defeat. Phantom still holds the upper hand at 9-6. Vortex is refusing to go away, securing another point with an incredibly clean finish. What a fight! He barely survives a scrap from the wine to reclaim the momentum. He is managing the pressure well despite that tough loss to Catalyst earlier. Unreal! That was a total war of attrition, and Phantom barely escapes the wreckage with his life. The pressure is mounting and he's practically untouchable. The gap is closing fast and the pressure is really starting to weigh on Phantom now. The top seed is finally starting to look like the favorite. He's staying remarkably composed, continuing his climb to bring this match within reach. He's showing exactly why he holds that top ranking. A gritty exchange here, and the winner is now just one round away from victory. A sudden shift in the energy here. What a final shot! Phantom seals the deal with an absolute shutout to take the victory. Vortex really fought his way back into the series, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a match! Welcome everyone! We're on Dunes today for a great matchup between Vortex and Catalyst. Let's see who takes the win. Vortex is entering this match with a massive amount of momentum after going 43-17 today. It's a strong start for the league leader, but he's fighting an uphill battle against a player who has historically owned this rivalry. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's historically been the one to call the shots here. We've got a dead heat on our hands now, and both players look incredibly sharp. The top seed is really proving his place at the summit. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. The world number 1 is having some trouble early on. What a scramble! Vortex barely survives that exchange to bring the score level at 3-3. He's proving why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst strikes back to reclaim the lead, 4-3. A familiar sight, given how often he's come out on top. Vortex holds a clear statistical advantage on this map, winning roughly half of his encounters here. It's surprising to see him struggling while Catalyst looks this comfortable in the early stages. Catalyst holds a slim 1-round cushion at 5-4. A very tight gap between the top 3 on the ladder. Unreal! He walks away from that scrap with practically nothing left in the tank. He's really making his dominance in their lifelong rivalry felt today. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 7-4. Tough way to start for the favorite today. Catalyst enters the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see given how he usually plays against Vortex. He's staying composed and keeping the pressure on. Fresh start for both. Vortex is refusing to go away, securing a crisp victory to pull within 1. The underdog is clearly stepping up to the challenge today. Catalyst keeps his nose ahead at 8-6. He's showing just how dangerous he can be when he's confident. That was an effortless takedown as he continues to claw his way back into this game. He needs to keep this pace to avoid another upset loss. Absolute purity on that shot, and now we're completely level at 8-8. We're seeing a complete flip from how this started. Catalyst regains the upper hand, moving to 9-8. Just a fierce battle between the top 3 in the world. Catalyst is pulling away again, pushing it to 10-8. He's really flexing that historical edge in their head-to-head. What a fight! He manages to dig deep and emerge from that chaos to get closer in the score. He's showing a lot of resilience throughout this series. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on the game, making it very difficult for his opponent to find any footing. What a scrap! He barely manages to stay standing with a sliver of health to bring him to match point. Just a heart-stopping exchange to leave us in this position. Game over. Catalyst shuts the door with an effortless finish to seal the victory. Vortex definitely had the skill to take this, but he just couldn't find those final few rounds to close it out. Welcome to Maypass. We have a great matchup today as Phantom takes on Catalyst to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a narrow advantage with 598 total wins over Catalyst in their history. It's interesting because Catalyst has been the dominant force in their most recent clashes. We have to see if the top seed can actually regain that historical control. Catalyst is now leading 2-1 after that. He is clearly looking to bounce back from that loss in their last meeting. The momentum has completely shifted. We've got a dead heat after a quick exchange of leads. Looking at the numbers, the top seed is playing exactly like the favorite. What a fight! He barely hangs on after that scramble from the ramp. He's certainly playing like a heavy favorite right now. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. He's trying to prove his #1 spot on the ladder. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, firmly taking the lead. His 69% success rate on this specific map is starting to show. He simply can't be stopped right now, taking another one with a lightning fast shot. An absolute scrap from the ramp, but he walks away with a 4th straight win. It's a huge shift from their previous clash on fast aim. He's just untouchable, securing another lightning fast kill to bring the score to 7-3. He's simply in control right now, keeping the pressure high heading into the break. A complete 180 from how things went in their last meeting. Phantom enters the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is a complete reversal of what everyone predicted. We're seeing a total collapse from the favorite after that 7-round tier by the top seed. Time to see if things change. Phantom has a 63% all-time win rate that usually defines his high ceiling. And it's honestly impressive to see him actually translate that consistency into such a huge lead today. He's just making this look effortless. Catalyst finds an answer here, using that height on the ramp to shut Phantom down. He's definitely fighting to close the gap between their ratings. Unreal. He survives by a thread after that absolute war from the boxes. Just a glimpse of the top-rated player in the league. A completely effortless shot to put him on the verge of victory. Really looking like the champion of this set. Absolutely clinical. He shuts the door on the competition to take the series. He really asserted himself early on and just never let go of that grip on the game. Welcome everyone to the map Orange. We have a great match today as Vortex takes on the favorite Phantom. Phantom enters this set as the top rated player in the league, and his head-to-head history against Vortex is comfortably in his favor. He's definitely used to winning these battles. Let's see if he can maintain that pressure throughout the map. Phantom now holds a slim 2-1 lead. Vortex is showing he can definitely trade blows with the top seed. The tables have completely turned here. Vortex has totally flipped the script to tie this up. He's really making his case for that number 2 spot today. Phantom regains control with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's definitely playing like the top seed in the league right now. We're all square now as Vortex levels the score. His current 30% win rate over the last 10 sets is showing. Phantom is really proving why he's holding that top spot right now. A really high caliber encounter between the two best in the world. Vortex has been on a tear with a 43-18 record over the last 24 hours. The question now is whether he can actually channel that confidence into this specific rivalry. He's historically struggled against Phantom, so these current setbacks are definitely starting to weigh on him. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to a commanding 7 rounds. He's effectively neutralizing the second-ranked player right now. Vortex answers back just before the players head for the break. A quick recovery there to get things moving. He's definitely fighting to keep this contest close. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the betting markets had Vortex as the big favorite here, but Phantom is playing the role of the aggressor. That 4-round run really changed the momentum. Time to see some fresh angles. Phantom puts a huge grip on things at 9-4. He's really putting that number 1 rating on display. Vortex finally finds a spark to make it 5-9. He's showing a bit more resolve than in their previous meeting. Vortex is putting up a real fight here, chipping away at that lead with a couple of clean rounds. His performance is remarkably similar to that 13-7 set against Catalyst. Phantom is just cruising now with a 10-6 cushion. A very solid run of form considering his 20-0 start to the day. Phantom shuts him down quickly on the ramp, extending that lead even further. He's looking very similar to how he handled things in their previous set. He just can't find the answer to this pressure, and now we are at match point. He's really asserting his dominance as the top seed. And there it is. Phantom secures the victory with a final decisive shot to close out the series. A completely clean performance to keep that number 1 spot secure. He's really taking over the league today. Welcome to Fast Aim. We've got a great matchup today as Vortex takes on Catalyst in the arena. Vortex has absolutely dominated the server today with 43 wins in the last 24 hours. It's interesting to see that momentum here because historically he struggled quite a bit against Catalyst. He'll need to keep this pace if he wants to overturn that long-term deficit. He cleans up from the window to make it a perfect start. The number 2 seed is starting the set with a statement. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another effortless win. He's completely untouchable right now, putting up a huge 5-0 lead. A total reversal from their recent encounter on Tunes. Vortex looks virtually unbeatable right now, claiming another flawless round. Catalyst finally gets a round on the board. Just a glimpse of that legendary head-to-head dominance. Emotion mid Vortex is a strong favorite in our ratings, ranking just above his opponent in the top tier of the league, but he's still fighting against a massive historical deficit here. It'll be a huge mental victory if he can actually turn the tide on the overall record today. Emotion mid. He manages to pick him off the ramp to extend his run to 3 straight. It's a far cry from that high-scoring battle we saw an hour ago. A chaotic scramble for the finish, and Catalyst comes out on top. The not 3 rated player in the league is refusing to go away. Vortex takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for Catalyst. He's usually the one in control here, but he's just getting outplayed in every exchange so far. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Vortex maintains a crushing lead, still sitting at 10-3. He's keeping his composure despite the rough start. Catalyst narrows it down to 10-4 after that clash. It's a dangerous trend for someone who's normally a slight favorite. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here. Vortex still has a huge cushion, but Catalyst is starting to put up some fight here. Toughest spot to be in after that recent loss to Phantom. He's got him on the ramp, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. It's just a different story than the aforementioned clash with Phantom. Catalyst holds the high ground on the ramp and secures the kill. He's fighting an uphill climb right now. He secures another clean frame, momentarily halting the momentum of his opponent. He's showing exactly why these two are so closely matched in the ratings. He just won't let up, keeping the momentum alive with another rapid-fire victory. What a final blow! He shuts it all down with that last shot to close out the series. Emotion high. That's a huge mental shift for the guy in the number 2 spot, finally shaking off those ghosts from their previous matches. Emotion high. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got an exciting battle today between Phantom and Catalyst. Phantom is currently sitting at a staggering 63% win rate on this map. It's impressive, but Catalyst has actually been the one to edge out their recent encounters. I wonder if we're seeing a shift in the rivalry here. He shuts it down from below, knocking Phantom off the boost to take full control of the early match. The top-seeded player is really struggling to get his footing here. A sharp response there. He answers back to keep things interesting. A huge relief for the favorite to finally get on the board. What a scramble! He survives a brutal exchange to dig himself back into the match. He's completely erased that early lead in a heartbeat. Simply unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to level things up. We're seeing a complete flip of the script from their last meeting. An absolute shutout for the leader. He's just unstoppable right now. A swift response here, bringing the series right back to a deadlock. Just a few points separate these two in the overall standings. A perfect pick there, and Phantom is officially in the driver's seat. The momentum is swinging back to the favorite. Catalyst just completely ignores that high ground and cleans up the round. It feels like we're in a complete deadlock now. He's showing a lot of grit, keeping the pressure high as the first half draws to a close. A very clean trade of rounds as they approach the midpoint. We're all tied up at 6-6. Well, this is definitely not the one-sided affair the odds suggested. Phantom is proving he can hang with the favorite on this map, and now it's just a toss-up. Fresh start for both sides. He secures the opening round of the half from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb. Looking like a textbook match for the higher-seeded player. Another effortless pick, as he continues to close the gap with a commanding lead. A very familiar sight for anyone who has watched this duo before. What a scramble! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to move his lead to 9-6. He is just walking through these exchanges right now. A pristine finish there to keep the momentum shifting back in his favor. Just a reminder that the underdog has been incredibly scrappy today. He creates another gap from the Tetris, showing real resolve to climb back into this. It's becoming a very one-sided climb toward a finish. He looks untouchable as he puts another point on the board, widening his gap to 11-7. His current form is mirroring that 13-5 victory over Zenith from last week. Catalyst is refusing to just go away, hanging tough even with the pressure mounting against him. He's currently battling a bit of a slump in his last 10. An effortless duel to put him on the verge of victory. He's certainly playing like the man the analysts expected to see on top. What an incredible finish! He seals the victory and completes a stunning surge to take the series. He really put on a clinic to end this one. Catalyst put up a fight, but it wasn't enough to stop that momentum. Welcome to the show. Vortex and Phantom are facing off on red line, with Phantom entering as the favorite for this one. Phantom holds the high ground early, using that ramp to secure the first opening of the set. Phantom really has the historical edge here, winning 61% of their all-time head-to-head encounters. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence after their last meeting. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to flip the script. Phantom just picks him off the ramp, cruising to a 3-round lead. He looks like the absolute best player in the world today. Simply effortless. He is just too fast for his opponent right now. Our top-rated player is simply outclassing him right now. He's just unstoppable, clutching another one from the ramp to make it 5 straight. A really tough spot for the number 2 seed to climb out of. He's completely taken over this map, securing a massive 6-round lead. He's really playing like the best guy on the ladder right now. He's just not letting up, securing another round to reach 7 straight. Phantom is showing exactly why he's the top seed today. Unreal. Vortex barely scrapes by in a brutal fight on the ramp to end that run. Vortex is certainly playing for the upset today. Vortex has been in an incredible flow today, putting up a 44-19 record over the last few hours. So yeah, he's clearly in a different gear than we saw during their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if this surge is enough to close the gap. He continues to tear through the competition, taking the fight right to the ramp to secure another win. The momentum shift is real as the deficit shrinks. Phantom shuts him down quickly to keep the lead strong heading into the break. A clean response there to hold those winning ways. Phantom takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, it's wild to see the underdog completely dominate the half like this. Vortex needs a total reset to avoid a quick exit. Time for the switch. Vortex is starting to put up a real fight, quickly popping Phantom off the Tetris. A really clean trade of shots to take the round. Both players were fighting for that same high ground, but Vortex managed to outmaneuver him. Vortex is proving why he holds that second seed spot. Vortex wins another battle on the ramp, keeping the heat on with 3 straight. This is far from the typical outcome we expected for this pairing. Incredible! He just refuses to quit, extending his run to 4 straight wins. It's a complete turnaround from what we expected at the start. He is simply on fire, adding another flawless victory to this incredible surge. Simply a total lockdown of the map right now. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us dead even. This is an absolute nightmare scenario for the favorite. Absolutely terrifying pace as he secures his 7th straight victory to take the lead. The pressure is clearly shifting toward a higher seeded player. He's completely shifted the trajectory of this match, taking 8 straight to put himself in a commanding spot. He's completely flipped the script on the odds for this duel. Phantom reacts first to break that run and cut the lead down to 1. Phantom is completely locking down the ramp right now, proving his control over this part of the map. That's a huge response to bring the game right back to a deadlock. What a way to reach match point, showing some serious grit as he clears out the ramp. A huge moment of composure for the underdog right here. He closes it out in style. Vortex seals the victory with a perfect final sequence. Phantom had the match in his grip after that first half, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding late in the game. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Italy to see who can claim victory. Vortex has been in phenomenal form today, putting up a 45-19 record over the last few hours. It's clearly paying off as he's outplaying his opponent right now. I'm curious to see if Catalyst can shake off that cold streak and find some stability. He's just not letting up, taking his third straight to build a huge early lead. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely owning the server right now. He really needs a miracle here, given how he's played today. Both players traded heavy damage here, but he still walks away with another round. It's a stark contrast to their long history together. A sharp response from Catalyst to put a stop to that run. Usually the one with the edge in their head-to-head records. Catalyst really holds the historic advantage here, as he's won over 600 of their shared matches. You know, seeing him start to claw back into this game makes a lot of sense. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries him back to a lead. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. He's continuing a strong push, keeping his composure to secure another straight win. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky. What a turnaround! He's just completely flipped the script, narrowing the gap to just one round. Tense exchanges now, but we're essentially starting fresh for the second half. Vortex leads it 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, he's clearly playing out of his mind to put the favorite on their heels. It'll be a fight to see if Catalyst can flip this around. Let's see who comes out stronger. Vortex just secures a great spot on the Tetris to keep this momentum going. His current form is just starkly different from the usual trend. What an absolute slugfest. Catalyst barely escapes that one with his life, but he manages to secure the round. He is really fighting for every single point now. Vortex is just too quick today, catching him immediately from that high ground. Vortex is really pulling away now at 10-6. It's a tight gap in the rankings between these two. Vortex holds a healthy 3-round cushion at 10-7. Tough outing so far for him, having dropped 3 of his last 4. He's showing some serious grit here, picking up another clean round to keep the pressure high. He's clearly regaining his footing in the second half. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, quickly clearing Catalyst off the wine. Vortex has definitely earned his spot as the second highest rated player. A lightning fast reaction to seize the lead and put himself one step away from victory. Unbelievable. He closes it out with total precision to take the match. He's just completely dominated this map. Catalyst tried to push back, but he couldn't stop that momentum today. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got a great matchup today as Phantom takes on Catalyst. Phantom comes in with a massive amount of experience, having played over 19,000 matches in this format. It's a far cry from Catalyst's a few thousand, yet the opening round shows the higher seeded player is struggling to find his footing. I wonder if the pressure of the top spot is getting to him. Catalyst just used that height advantage to shut him down, and he's looking really comfortable right now. They're completely deadlocked at 2-all. The head-to-head history really leans in the top seed's favor. Catalyst is really putting the heat on, picking Phantom right off the box for another quick round. Pure chaos now as they sit tied at 3 apiece. The number 1 seed is refusing to let his opponent take control. Phantom is really starting to put some distance between himself and Catalyst here. Catalyst has been struggling lately, dropping his last 3 series. The momentum has shifted completely as he keeps the streak alive with an effortless win. Catalyst is finding it hard to shake that recent losing skid. He's just untouchable right now, extending that run to 4 straight. He's playing exactly like the top-rated guy should. He's showing a lot of heart here, clawing back into this game. He definitely isn't letting the favorite cruise to a victory. Unreal, he barely survives the exchange on the box to keep this momentum shift alive. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the high expectations for Catalyst haven't panned out so far. He's struggling to match the pace, while Phantom is capitalizing on his familiarity with this specific map. Fresh start for both of them. He's staying aggressive and refuses to let this lead get any wider. He's really fighting to overcome that slight underdog status. Phantom is clearly holding the upper hand here, especially since he's managed to win 51% of their lifetime encounters. It's a strong psychological advantage that makes him very comfortable in this specific matchup. I'm curious if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script. Absolute control now, as he simply guns Catalyst off the box to secure another one. He manages to shut him down from the box and picks up another one. The number 4 player is fighting hard to keep this contest close. Phantom is really squeezing the life out of this match, putting himself just 2 rounds away from a win. He's really fighting back to make this a competitive series, refusing to just fade away. His recent struggle against the field makes this run even more impressive. Another effortless win for Catalyst, who simply refuses to back down. His early season form was shaky, but he's finally shaking it off. He shuts that door quickly, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. It looks like the ladder ranking is finally paying off for him. What a finish! He just completely shuts the door to secure the victory. He really leaned into that map experience to pull away. Catalyst put up a fight, but it just couldn't close the gap today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got a great match today on Fast Aim between Vortex and the top-seeded Phantom. Phantom looks sharp early, taking control of the pace right from the wine box. The top seed is looking to assert himself early. Phantom is playing lightning fast, shutting down Vortex before he could even settle into the ramp. The number 1 seed is making a strong statement here. Vortex has been in a huge flow today, putting up a massive 46-19 record over the last day. So yeah, it makes sense that he's managing to challenge the top seed right now. Let's see if he can actually maintain this pace. We're completely deadlocked now, with both players sitting at 2. The top seed usually holds the line, but he's looking rattled. Phantom edges ahead, putting the pressure on Vortex now. The best player in the league is definitely proving his class. Phantom is really starting to put his thumb on this series, continuing his run of quick wins. He's clearly using that historical map advantage right now. He completely takes over from the wine box, extending his lead to 5. Vortex has historically struggled to hold his own against this specific opponent. Another quick result for the favorite, who completely picks him off the ramp. The number 1 seed looks entirely comfortable with this lead. Phantom is just too fast, shutting him down from the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He is really asserting his authority over that long head-to-head history. He's completely in control of the match, securing another effortless victory. Vortex manages to pick him off the ramp and gets a point back just before the switch. A nice bit of timing there to keep things interesting. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. Honestly, he's really making the most of that 68% win rate on this map. Vortex needs to make some big adjustments if he wants to claw back. Time to see a response. Phantom is the top seed for a reason, but this is the second time today that Vortex has pushed him to the limit. I mean, the recent victory for the underdog on red line proved this is a very close rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can keep this run going. He catches Phantom on the box, keeping this comeback alive with another clean win. The underdog is definitely starting to find some confidence now. Phantom stays firmly in the lead at 9. He really is the standard for everyone else on the ladder. He's refusing to go away, walking away from that duel completely unscathed. He's definitely proving that he can play the top seeds game. He puts a perfect shot on Phantom from the toolbox to keep this charge going. The gap in the standings is practically non-existent right now. Unbelievable, he shuts things down from the wine box to bring the score level at 9 all. Pure chaos now. This match is... Phantom quickly puts an end to that run, picking him off the toolbox. He's showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom is really tightening the screws here, shutting him down on the ramp to keep the lead. That's a huge pivot in a high-pressure moment. He's continuing to claw back into this game, refusing to let the leader close it out. That was an incredibly sharp exchange to get back in the mix. He secures the tie from the planks, refusing to be intimidated by the seed. The pressure is mounting as we head toward the finish line. Phantom shuts things down and is now just one round away from victory. He's playing with a lot of composure in this late game stretch. Absolutely stunning. Vortex has fought back from a 6-round deficit to force a deadlock. What a way to force a total reset. Absolute grit from Vortex to shut that down on the ramp and pull ahead by 1. The underdog is putting on a clinic in this final stretch. We are back to a dead heat. These two are refusing to give an inch today. A massive grudge match between the two top-rated players. Phantom manages to shake him off the ramp, reclaiming the upper hand in this series. The league's top seed is refusing to let that streak slide. Vortex just refuses to break, finding the shot on the ramp to bring us dead even at 14 all. Absolute nerves of steel to bring this back to a dead heat. Phantom handles the exchange on the ramp and moves a single step closer to the finish. A really grueling exchange that almost went the distance. He manages to hold the window and force another tie, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The resilience on display from the underdog is just staggering. Vortex finally seizes the lead, putting him up 16-15. Vortex is really surging now, holding a 2-point cushion. The favorite is completely reeling under this pressure. Vortex just keeps pushing, extending his lead to 17-16. An immediate response there to keep the game alive. Phantom claws back to a 17-all deadlock. The gap between these two is virtually gone. Vortex takes the edge with a tight 18-17 lead. He's really pushing the boundaries of what we expected tonight. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat, up 19-17. He's just on another level right now, completely defying the history between these two. That's an incredible result to wrap up. What a series! Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off to see who takes the win today. Catalyst has historically owned this matchup with a 60% lifetime win rate. It's a massive psychological edge for him despite the recent slide in form. We'll see if that historical confidence can actually hold up against the current league leader. Vortex puts an end to that short run, dragging himself back into the thick of it. The top-rated player on the ladder is making his presence felt. Catalyst is really dominating here, leading 3-1. That's an incredibly hot start for the number 4 ranked guy. Unbelievable, he barely survives that trade, ultimately cleaning up and pushing the opponent off the ramp. Catalyst is just too quick right now, holding that ramp beautifully to keep the pressure on. He's proving why he's usually the favorite in this pairing. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to claw through for the finish. His overall record against the top seed is proving decisive. Vortex shows some real grit here, securing a clean fight to close the gap to 3-5. He's definitely starting to play like the favorite going into this set. Vortex is putting up an incredible run with 47 wins in the last day. It's interesting to see that momentum stall against a player who has seen many wins lately. We have to wonder if the individual skill gap is still being outweighed by the matchup style here. He strikes from the boost to keep the momentum surging forward. Tough break for the top seed to handle. Catalyst takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing precisely how we thought he would. His map proficiency is showing early on, putting the top seed in a tough spot. Time to switch things up. Vortex claws back one, but Catalyst still holds a 3-round lead. A tough sequence for the 4th seed to overcome. Catalyst really knows how to use that ramp to shut things down and keep control of the pace. His head-to-head history is really starting to weigh on the current seed. Catalyst has just run away with a commanding 10-5. He's looking much sharper than his previous losses today. Vortex barely keeps pace as Catalyst hits 10. His recent form looks a bit shaky compared to that usual dominance. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here. He just can't seem to string together a few consecutive rounds. What a scrap! He almost went down in that chaos, but manages to edge out the win. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, carving right back into that lead. That's an effortless point for Catalyst, putting him just one round away from the win. The momentum has shifted heavily toward the lower seeded player. Vortex holds the high ground on the box to delay the inevitable for just a bit longer. The top seed is refusing to go down without a fight. And there it is. Catalyst shuts the door with a flawless final shot to seal the series. He really stepped up his game here, completely shaking off that losing streak to take down the league leader. Welcome to the stream. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off on Mepes to see who takes the victory today. Phantom holds a 69% win rate on this map, which should give him a massive mental edge throughout this series. Well, it's an interesting start though, since Catalyst is currently playing way above his typical win rate on this specific territory. Everything's dead, even now as we head into round 3. He's definitely looking to replicate that victory from their previous encounter. Catalyst is starting to pull ahead with a 2-1 lead. The 4th ranked player on the ladder is definitely playing his part. These two are practically mirroring each other right now, just trading blows back and forth. Phantom is certainly proving why he occupies that top spot on the ladder. Phantom is just too fast right now, using that height on the ramp to secure another quick point. It looks like he's getting his revenge for those previous matchups. The momentum has completely shifted as he claims another effortless victory to extend that streak. He is simply refusing to let up, securing another perfect round to maintain his hold on this series. Catalyst answers back with a gritty win, showing some real toughness to trim the lead. The underdog is definitely showing some fight here. He's staying aggressive, putting the pressure back on Phantom with a strong follow-up. He is definitely making his presence felt in this matchup. Phantom has an all-time head-to-head lead with 601 wins over his opponent. The gap is narrow, but it seems he's starting to lean into that confidence. Now it's a matter of whether he can shut down the momentum. Catalyst tried to build just a few rounds ago. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst has really stepped up his game to keep this close. He's fighting hard to overcome the map disadvantage and stay in this series. Fresh start for both players here. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we move forward. The top seed is finally starting to assert his authority. Phantom's now firmly in the driver's seat at 8-6. Both players are coming off very similar win-loss totals over the last day. What a battle! He barely survives that exchange, but it's another one for the lead. He looks completely in control of this encounter. He's simply untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight victory with a total wipeout. Things are looking very similar to that encounter on Dunes. He is just on another level right now, extending his streak to 5 rounds. He just completely dismantles his opponent from below, taking out the man on the ramp to move within striking distance of the victory. A huge stop by Catalyst, putting a halt to that terrifying run just as the finish line was in sight. A lightning fast reflex from Catalyst to shut down that angle on the blue. He's desperately trying to find some breathing room here. He's on fire now, picking up his 3rd straight to keep this match alive. He's really fighting back to prove the pre-match odds wrong. And there it is, a picture-perfect final shot to seal the match for Phantom. He's just too consistent in these high-stakes games, and it really showed in that second half. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom typically controls this rivalry with a strong overall edge. It's interesting because Vortex actually took their most recent head-to-head battle. Now we see if that recent confidence outweighs the historical trend. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece after a wild opening. The world number 1 is starting to assert himself. Vortex is surging ahead, holding a slim 2-1 lead. The top dog is struggling to keep pace here. Vortex really finds him quickly on that ramp, just absolutely crushing this early part of the map. The world's top-rated player is looking very vulnerable right now. He simply refuses to let up, securing another kill while both players fought for the ramp. The number 1 seed looks completely out of sorts here. Phantom shows some real grit, cleaning up the round from the ramp to narrow the gap. We're finally seeing the favorite start to settle into the game. The momentum shift is real as he continues his climb back into this match. The higher seed is starting to look like the dangerous opponent we expected. Vortex is really playing the aggressor here, keeping Phantom on his heels as we approach the middle of the set. A real test for the number 1 rated player. Phantom manages to pull him off the ramp, refusing to let the gap widen. That was an incredibly tense exchange for both of them. Both of these guys were fighting for the same ground, and Vortex just happened to be a split second faster. The overall favorite is certainly feeling the pressure now. Vortex is carrying an incredible amount of momentum with a 47-20 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the historical trend where he's usually the one struggling. He's simply too hot to handle at the moment. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. We'll see if Phantom can use his higher map win rate to claw back into this. Fresh start for both players now. He keeps his composure in a cautious exchange to keep this series within striking distance. The seed gap makes him a dangerous threat right now. Phantom is showing serious resolve just now, wiping him off the ramp to even things up. A completely different set of energy from those first few rounds. He puts the pressure on from the ramp and takes full control of the map. The high seed is finally playing his game. Vortex answers back immediately to bring the score level. He's showing why he can trade blows with the best in the league. He manages to shut him down from the ramp, showing some serious fighting spirit to climb back into this. He's really beginning to lean on that ranking advantage now. Absolute deadlock now as Vortex and Phantom sit at 9 apiece. This is becoming a real battle of wills between these two. Vortex is putting on a real show, picking him right off that ramp for another victory. The top seed needs to figure it out quickly. takes full control from the Tetris, extending the lead to 11-9. The world's number one is really struggling to find his footing today. Unbelievable! He survives by a thread and barely walks away with his life after that scramble on the ramp. He really knows how to scrape out the victory when it counts. A huge play from the Tetris to level the playing field at 11-11. A massive shift in pressure as we enter the home stretch. Absolutely incredible poise as he secures his third straight and puts himself just a single step away from victory. The sheer confidence is back in his fingertips. What an unbelievable finish! Phantom closes it out with the map victory after an incredible rally. He really leaned on that experience to close the gap when it mattered most. Pure willpower to pull this one back. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today to see who comes out on top. Vortex is having an incredible run of form with a 47-21 record in the last day. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who seems to be fighting an uphill battle with their current results. Let's see if that momentum helps him overturn the head-to-head deficit. Vortex is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. The long-term history here definitely favors the opposition. Catalyst is really starting to seize control here, turning a fast start from Vortex into a tight race. Vortex holds a thin lead with a 3-2 score. The number 2 seed is definitely looking strong early on. Vortex pulls further ahead, now sitting on a 4-2 cushion. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly today. He's completely taking over the pace now, securing another clean win to build a comfortable lead. He's showing a lot of grit here, chipping away at that lead. He definitely needed a moment like this to settle the nerves. Catalyst generally dominates this specific rivalry with a win rate of 61% over a massive sample size. Well, it looks like he's just unable to translate those historical advantages into results this particular evening. He needs to make a change quickly to avoid falling too far behind. Vortex is just relentless, extending his gap to 7-4. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a huge surprise given the overall history between these two. The higher seeded player is definitely fighting through his nerves today. Time for a fresh start. A completely effortless win for him to keep this comeback attempt alive. The underdog is really starting to dig in. He's just not going away. That level of persistence brings everything square at 7-7. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a full lead for the first time today. The roles have completely flipped since the start of the game. He's just not stopping, securing another flawless exchange to keep this hot streak alive. The momentum swing is complete for the lower seed. He's absolutely cruising through this stretch, putting an iron grip on the series. He's completely dismantled the opposition's confidence in a matter of minutes. He's simply on fire, reaching a 6-game winning run and pushing the score to 11-7. What a scrap! Both players traded heavy damage before Vortex finally managed to secure the kill. The second-ranked player in the league is refusing to go down. He's on the verge of victory, putting himself just one round away from closing this out. That was a surgical finish to put the pressure on. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect shot to complete the comeback and take the series. He really fought his way back from the brink to pull this off. Just a phenomenal display of mental strength. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the match on Orange. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off to see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one carrying a lot of confidence after their recent 13-9 win over Catalyst. It makes sense given he's currently sitting at the top of our rating. Now the real test is seeing if he can convert that early lead into another set. Phantom is just dominating the pace right now. The top seed is certainly making his presence felt early. Catalyst is fighting hard, but Phantom holds the lead. It's an interesting start for the top-rated player on the ladder. Catalyst has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit in a hurry. We're seeing the underdog punch back early in the set. Phantom keeps his narrow lead as we move forward. That's a lot of ground covered in those first few matches. Phantom still in control with a 2-round cushion. Hard to shake off the top seed's early pressure. A completely unscathed round for the top seed, who now looks firmly in charge. His consistency throughout the early stage is simply impressive. A completely clean exchange for Catalyst, who continues to show a lot of grit tonight. The underdog is refusing to fade away quietly. He's not backing down, securing another victory to keep this series tight. He's starting to look like the aggressor in this exchange. Phantom has an edge here with a 62% win rate on this map. Well, it looks like that experience is paying off. He's really controlling the flow and keeping Catalyst from gaining any lasting momentum. Phantom secures the advantage from the ramp, putting some serious distance between himself and Catalyst. He's really proving why he's the current #1 on the ladder. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the script is completely flipped. He was supposed to be the underdog today, but he's essentially controlling this entire set right now. Time for Catalyst to step up. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange, walking away with just 7 health after a brutal firefight. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-4. It's a massive shift from how their last few meetings went. Absolutely effortless. He's effectively shut the door on any comeback attempt here. He's completely outclassing the 4th best player on the ladder today. Catalyst manages to claw one back, surviving a heavy exchange to keep the fight alive. A critical stand to avoid a complete blowout. He practically walked through that exchange and now stands just 1 round from victory. Just a completely different feel than their previous matchups. What a scrap! He barely drags himself across the finish line to keep the dream alive. He's definitely showing more resilience than in their previous encounter. A clutch sequence from Catalyst to stay in this, showing some real persistence. He's really starting to find his footing in this series. And there it is. Phantom closes the door on this set and secures the victory. He really kept that momentum rolling throughout the set, leaving no room for any doubt today. Welcome to the show. We've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom looks sharp right out of the gate, securing the opening round from the toolbox. The top seed is looking very comfortable right now. Vortex is really leaning into that vertical advantage, picking up a quick kill from the ramp. His overall head-to-head record is a mountain to climb. Phantom currently holds a 63% overall win rate, which speaks to his sheer consistency at the highest level. It's no surprise he's keeping up that pressure after taking the previous encounter between these two. The question is if Vortex can flip the script today. Phantom is just a hair ahead, leading it 3-2. He's entering this set with a lot of confidence after a perfect run today. Phantom is starting to stack up the numbers here, and the momentum is clearly shifting in his favor. He's looking completely locked in, mirroring that top spot on the ladder. Absolutely effortless. He just shuts the door on any comeback attempt with that lightning fast snap. Vortex finds his footing and secures another point from the ramp. He's proving that he can definitely trade blows with the higher seed. Both of them tried to hold the same spot, but Phantom was just a split second faster. The world number 1 is showing exactly why he owns that spot. Phantom really looks unstoppable right now, having already cruised through 3 straight wins today. Well, he's bringing that same dominance from his recent series, making this look like a complete one-sided affair. It's starting to feel like the gap between the top 2 is wider than usual. Phantom takes a big 8-4 lead. Honestly, he's just completely ignoring the pre-match hype around Vortex. He's really capitalizing on his 68% win rate on this map to keep the lead. Vortex needs a total reset here. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange, clamping down on the target atop the toolbox with just 7 HP left. Phantom is firmly in control with a 10-4 lead. He's simply in a different gear today. Vortex is refusing to go quietly, utilizing that ramp for a strong answer. He's fighting hard to shake off that rough patch from his recent games. Phantom's a commanding 10-6 up, really owning the pace. It looks like his run of 3 straight losses is finally over. He's on fire now, sweeping through this 3rd straight round without taking any damage. That's 4 straight now. He's seriously closing the gap on the leaderboard. The underdog is putting on a huge show here. Vortex simply will not stop, taking another round from the ramp to bring the deficit down to just 1. The pressure is shifting entirely onto the favorite now. Phantom answers back quickly, regaining control of the momentum. He's definitely looking like the best player in the league right now. Vortex keeps the pressure high, stepping up to narrow this gap even further. The underdog has found an answer for the top seed. Vortex claims another win from the toolbox, bringing this series back to a dead heat. This is a total reversal from the early maps in this series. Vortex outplays him from the wine box, putting himself a single round away from a stunning victory. He is just completely refusing to blink right now. Phantom shuts him down instantly, forcing this entire series into overtime. Phantom is stepping up exactly when he needs to, keeping his composure as we head into this final stretch. The top dog really knows how to close these out. Vortex stays composed during a tense stare down to level the score at 13-13. Total chaos as we head into the final stretch. He is absolutely refusing to break, taking a second straight round to pull ahead in this overtime thriller. He's putting on a legitimate clinic against the higher seed. He just neutralized that momentum instantly. This is turning into a real battle of nerves. A precise answer to bring things back to a dead heat. Phantom clears out the window and puts himself one round away from the victory. The top seed just completely shut down that rally. What a stunner. He refuses to buckle under the heat, pulling this set back to a complete dead heat. A pure battle of wills as we enter the final frames. Phantom keeps his slender lid as they hit 16-15. We are completely tied up at 16 apiece. Vortex surges ahead to take a narrow 1-point lead. Vortex is putting the higher seed in a real pinch here. The script for today's matchup has completely flipped. Vortex is dominating the win now, leading 18-16. He's clearly found a way to dismantle the favorite today. Vortex holds the slim edge at 18-17. Just a glimpse of that early game superiority returning. Vortex is pulling away now, leading 19-17. He really stepped up when the pressure hit in overtime, proving he can hang with the best. Truly an incredible turnaround. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today in a high-stakes battle for the win. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely survives a brutal scrap from the ramp to take the first lead. Vortex has clearly found some momentum early today with a strong 47-22 run over the last 24 hours. It's a sharp contrast to the historical trend where Catalyst usually controls the pace. We'll see if that current energy can overcome the lifetime deficit. He just can't be stopped right now, picking up another victory from the Tetris. Catalyst usually dominates this pair, but he's looking lost right now. He just wipes him off the boost, extending the lead to 4-1. The second ranked guy is really making a statement here. A perfectly timed sequence here as he refuses to let the gap widen further. He's showing a lot more grit than we expected today. Vortex just shuts him down on the ramp, putting a real squeeze on Catalyst. A huge shift from their usual encounters, where Catalyst takes the lion's share. A cautious exchange that eventually leaned in Catalyst's favor, cutting the gap to 2. The favorite had a much tighter grip on this a moment ago. A complete shutdown there. He's staying strong and keeping this comeback alive. He's quickly closing the gap on the higher ranked opponent. Vortex is just too fast today, picking him right off the Tetris to widen that gap. The A-game is definitely there for both of these top 5 players. Catalyst is typically the favorite in this pairing, but the current scoreline tells a different story. I mean, it's rare to see the number 4 player this outclassed when his head-to-head record is so commanding. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake this off before the half. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a huge surprise to see him on top, given the head-to-head history. He's playing the role of the aggressor perfectly so far. Vortex pushes to 8-5, really putting the pressure on. He's really shaking off those recent losses to take control here. He's refusing to go away, ending that exchange without taking any damage. Vortex keeps charging ahead, now sitting comfortably at 9-6. It's rare to see the number 2 seed looking this sharp. A total shutdown as he secures another round to keep this rally going. And he just keeps the pressure on, refusing to let his opponent build any real ground. Total authority shown in that sequence to claw back. What a turnaround! He's completely flipped the script to tie this series up at 9-9. The pressure is mounting as both players fight for every single point. He takes the edge in a fast exchange, regaining a narrow lead. A remarkably clean finish to break that slide. Vortex is putting on a serious display right now, really squeezing Catalyst for every single round. He's really flipping the script on his lifelong rival tonight. Absolutely flawless execution, leaving his opponent in the dust and bringing him to the brink of victory. That is a huge mental blow to Catalyst. He's refusing to cave, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely showing the skill that puts him in the top 5. Absolute perfection on the final shot. Vortex closes it out to secure the victory. He really dug deep in the final stretch to keep his composure. Those late rounds were just brutal for the other guy. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off to see who can claim victory today. We'll be right back with the action here on Redline after a very brief pause. And we are back in the action on Redline, with things still tight at 0-all. Catalyst comes out swinging, catching Phantom completely off guard while he was holding the ramp. The top seed starts on the back foot here. Catalyst is really finding his range early on, picking up 2 quick wins to start the match. A surprising start for the top seeded player. Phantom is comfortably the best player on the ladder, so he's clearly looking to put that overall skill advantage to use despite this slow start. He's used to winning these types of fights, and it's a question of how soon he can fully shut Catalyst down. Catalyst holds a narrow lead as we move forward. He's certainly looking a lot stronger than his recent 10-game stretch. Neither side is giving an inch right now. These two just can't seem to pull away from each other. He is clearly determined to prove his status as the top seed today. Phantom is starting to put a real grip on this series as he takes control of the ramp. He's looking absolutely lethal right now, taking a full health victory to extend his lead. He's just untouchable right now, securing another perfect round to keep the pressure high. This looks like a repeat of their meeting on Blame Orange. Catalyst quickly denies him off the ramp, showing real guts to stay in this game. He is proving he can trade blows with the favorite. Phantom really has his number in the overall head-to-head, winning about 51% of their encounters. It's impressive, because we're seeing that long-term dominance transfer perfectly into this specific match. Now the pressure is on Catalyst to find a way back. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge swing, given that Catalyst is usually the projected winner in these matchups. We'll see if he can recover after that 4-round slide. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Catalyst earns a clean win by picking him off the ramp, showing plenty of grit to keep this close. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favored player. Phantom puts the hammer down again, securing a solid win from the ramp to keep himself in control. It's a tight scrap for 2 of the top 4 players. Phantom is just starting to separate himself here, putting Catalyst in a real hole. The gap in their current form is starting to show. He takes 0 damage while fighting from the ramp, securing another quick win. He's really showcasing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Another effortless round for the leader, and he is just snowballing through this series. A really tough day for the number 4 seed. What a frantic exchange. He barely scrapes through that fight and moves within a single round of victory. And that's the game. He closes it out with an absolute blast to secure the victory. He really just took over that second half and refused to let go of the momentum. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got an exciting match today between Vortex and Phantom to see who comes out on top. Phantom currently holds a substantial historical edge, winning 61% of their career matchups against Vortex. It is only right that he's staring down the top seed in the league. I mean, it is a battle of the giants, but we are seeing the overall favorite take an early lead here. Vortex is really putting the pressure on right now, taking that second straight round from the wine. He's simply not missing a beat, cruising toward a dominant lead. Hard to believe the top seed is struggling this match. Phantom manages to secure a clean hit, picking him off the Tetris. He's playing like the best player on the ladder right now. And just like that, Phantom evens it up at 3-all. The #1 rated guy in the world is looking sharp. Vortex pulls ahead once more, reclaiming the narrow lead. Coming off a very strong day with an impressive 49-22 record. It's become a complete toss-up. Neither player is able to keep a lead for long today. He's really leaning into that top spot on the ladder today. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that exchange, clinching the round by a hair. Vortex really tightened up that round, managing to hold his ground from the wine to keep things dead even. The world's top-rated player needs to shake things up quickly. Vortex takes a thin lead with a 6-5 advantage. The top-seeded guy is starting to feel the heat now. We head into the break with a deadlock at 6-all. These two are fighting tooth and nail just like we thought they would. It'll be interesting to see who takes control on the other side. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead by a single point now. He is really putting that top rating to good use. Phantom has that career win rate of 63% to fall back on, and it's really showing in how he's closing out these exchanges. He's taking over this second half, which could be just what he needs to wrap this up quickly. He's completely shut the door on that rally, securing another rapid victory. The #1 ranked player in the league is completely in control. Vortex digs in and answers back, refusing to let the map slip away. A necessary answer to keep the deficit manageable. Phantom maintains a 3-point cushion at 10-7. The pre-match projections are looking a lot more accurate now. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here as the gaps in the score keep widening. He's looking out of this world as the top seed. That was a lightning-fast exchange, proving Vortex is still very much in this fight. That was an incredibly sharp response to keep this series alive. He keeps the pressure high, showing incredible grit to secure another round for himself. This creates a much tighter window for the closing rounds. Absolutely seamless. Phantom puts a huge amount of pressure on the board now. That was a lightning-fast transition to get back on top. Vortex refuses to go down quietly, stalling the momentum and keeping his hopes alive. Despite the favorites' lead, we're seeing a very gritty performance here. What a finish. Phantom closes out the game with total precision to secure the victory. Vortex really pushed him to the brink, but those few clutch survivals made all the difference here. What a match!